Alright, who would like to do the recap?
Do either of you want it?
I mean, sure, there wasn't a whole lot that happened. The entire day was ritual, so I don't mind.
Go for it.
All right, so we just started the session. We just set up the ritual, assigned roles over what who was going to do what, and we began the ritual. Once we started, it was pretty easy. Everyone made the checks. We only did one round of checks. We immediately just got successes across the board, setting the ritual HP at 10. Then, you know, rifts and stuff started appearing. Annoying ass satyr showed up first. That wasn't relevant really yet. And then other things started showing up, a handful of undead dogs, a nightmare that Nia, randomly made a pact with to kill a clay golem that was sentient. And then Shogoth showed up at some point, and Leuven had to break his ritual so that we can attempt to banish it. And we spent um, a lot of inspirations to eventually make him, fail the save and to dismiss him. And then eventually rained acid on us. And then there was fuckery with the satyr, which thanks to Nia we succeeded, and that and Sabo using his cheesy unchallenged cup full of blood to actually make things happen. And once we got that little barrier to protect us from the acid, the ritual generally continued without real incidents. We ended up getting the ritual down to 6 out of 10 HP in the end after having some of us break.
Yep,
And that was basically it.
that does cover everything. Alright, so the ritual is complete. The ship and the little platform has most of the gold currently on it. Well, all of the assets on it. Would you like to pack up the ritual and begin heading towards the ship?
Yeah, I mean, that's the next thing we need to do. Obviously, we probably leave the. Oh no, we need to bring the jar with us so they can find us, right? Or do they tell us to leave it on the beach?
No, we're supposed to
They
leave the jar.
were supposed to leave the jar, but they also said that after the ritual was done, that they would pass an item through that would let them find us, so that they could
Oh,
get
that's
Kevin
right.
and Yesla back to us.
That's right. That's right.
So I think we should pack up the ritual, go to the
Which is
ship,
great.
make
Did,
sure no damage happened to the ship, take the jar with us while we're going.
did they really
Uh,
say that we need to? They're gonna pass an item. I don't recall that.
yeah, when Connor asked Cheely how we were getting Kevin and Yesla back, Cheely said they had an item for that, and they were going to pass it through the jar once the ritual was done. Once we got Yesla and Kevin back, then we were to leave the jar on the beach, and they would come find it.
Okay.
So I think we take the jar with us for now until we get the item. We get them back, and then we drop the jar back off.
Okay. Okay, cool. In regards to packing up the ritual, James, how long is that gonna take? And what do we actually get back if we do it?
So packing up a ritual pretty much just prevents any scrying materials from being left over. So things that people could use to scry your location.
Huh. Okay,
Basically destroys
that's
any evidence.
okay. How long do you reckon?
It takes an hour.
Does an item pop out of the jar in that time period?
I'm thinking if we'd want to really spend an hour, is there?
So Nilvarius and Sabo, both of you have noticed that the jar is different. The magical signature it gives off is different. It's like it's
In what way?
absorbed this event and has become an artifact.
Oh, I see. I guess I'll take a moment to actually to analyze it a little bit, see what's changed about it. Do Arcana?
Yep. Arcana or Craft, with Craft having a higher chance of success.
Oh,
I mean, I can roll crafting too, if that actually makes a difference.
That's okay, the 45 was high enough. So it is the Jar of Magical Capturing. Sorry, Jar of Magic Capturing. As a reaction, you're able to capture and redirect any spell through it that targets another creature or an area.
How often can you use that?
An equal number of uses to the number of reactions you've got. So if you've got 2 reactions, you can use it twice in one turn. If you've only got 1 reaction, you can use it once in one turn.
Oh, is there a range limit on it?
and to clarify, it redirects to the other jar?
Yes.
Okay, and then
You've just got to be within the area or the target creature. So if you're being hit by a fireball, you've just got to be in the area of the fireball. If you're being hit by magic missile, then you've just got to be the creature being targeted.
Neat.
we're not taking this with us.
That's fair.
Well, oh, yeah, I guess from the other side. We still have to hold on to it long enough for us to get what we need to get Kevin and Yisla back.
Well, it seems like it doesn't pass items through at all now. And what happens once they redirect something powerful through it and it's on our ship? No, fuck that.
Did it lose its ability to pass items?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't know how they're going to get us back, but I'm actually, I think you're right, Sabo. It'd be nice if we actually had the other one.
If the other one was in a safe place and we could be sure that no one would screw us over, that would be very nice, but that's not really the
Yeah.
case.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to have control over it. I guess we'll leave it on the ground for the time being.
Yep. In the distance, you see what appears to be a giant blue dragon.
Blue as in
Oh
chromatic.
boy.
Colored in blue. Slightly transparent.
Is it coming towards us?
It appears to be searching the area for something. Doesn't seem to have spotted your boat yet.
I really need to get out of here.
Heading out then?
I mean, are we really gonna just leave when that's the last known location they have for us?
They managed to scry us before. No reason why they can't scry us again. Chile was able to easily find us.
Alright.
I can attempt to send in a message.
From what I understand, they have quite a bit more pressing issues over there.
Yeah, we don't know how far away they are, whether or not this dragon is gonna act as an emissary, is acting as like the emissary. Can we, if this was bad just for us, imagine how bad it would have been on their side. Oh, fine then. So I guess we just drop it here. Fine, you're right. Yeah, I guess we drop it on the ground and skedaddle.
Alright. The ship sets out. You see the dragon stops moving in the air, and then it begins approaching towards the ship.
Ooh, it began approaching to the ship, toward the ship.
All right, I'll go to whatever area of the ship it's approaching from.
The behind.
So I'll go to the back of the ship.
Yep.
So what did I miss?
There is a very large blue dragon approaching us.
Huh.
All we have done so far is packed up the ritual, hopped on the boat, left the jar on the beach, and started sailing out.
Also, the jar transformed into a artifact, and it no longer passes items, but it can pass spells through it instead. But since it works both ways. It's a little too dangerous for us to even contemplate carrying with us, so we left it.
Isn't it better to bury it so no one else takes it?
Well, Chile was supposed to be coming back for it.
Oh, then, yeah,
She asked us to just leave it there, and she would come find it.
fair enough. Right, so blue dragon. Noted.
Yep.
Is that a thing that usually happens here? Did it come through the jar?
No, it's coming for us.
Why?
We don't know yet.
Fair enough.
So the dragon swoops down towards the boat, and you see that there's several people inside of the transparent dragon.
All right.
Interesting. Do we recognize any of them?
You think one of them's Kevin.
Oh, That's
Okay.
nice.
That makes our job easier, huh?
As the dragon mostly crashes down on the boat.
Does it make any damage?
As it does so, the energy dissipates that was holding the dragon together.
Alright.
You see Chile just lay down flat on her back on the boat.
I'm gonna go check on
And
her.
she looks like that.
Yep. You see Kevin, who is missing his entire bottom half.
Huh?
Oh,
Oh no!
And you see what appears to be a 5-foot sphere that has Yesla unconscious in it.
alright.
It appears to be some sort of crystal sphere. Delivery accomplished. As Chile passes out.
I'm gonna carry her inside.
Connor's gonna run over and lay on hands.
Well, that's it, fellas. We adopt a new
And
NPC.
he's gonna use the extra action for the mercy for that as well.
Said he's missing his bottom half?
Yep.
Kevin is.
But
Isn't
there's
he-
half
Like-
a Kevin.
There's
From-
half a
Like,
Kevin.
he's
From
missing
just
from,
above
like,
his hips down.
Is Kevin alive? Can we tell?
Oh, he's not bleeding anymore. That seemed to have stopped some time ago.
Oh
Okay,
boy.
so that's gonna blow up eventually. I'm gonna let everyone know that we need to put the Kevin somewhere that we don't mind getting blown up when he comes back.
But is he? Well, okay, he's not bleeding. Can we figure out if he's alive or he is going to celestial regenerate at some point?
Well, you're pondering that when he bursts into radiant light.
Right.
You hear Nia's voice second saying, "Call it."
Within the 10 seconds, his entire bottom half has regenerated. Unfortunately, he's butt-ass naked, but he does have legs again. As Kevin,
good.
you regain consciousness.
Wonderful.
Um,
Do you want the good news or the bad news, Kevin?
how many times did Kevin die?
Give me all of it.
Kevin died twice.
Oh,
Okay.
Is that the
So
good news or the bad news?
You need to roll me 2d6.
sounds like the good news, to be honest.
4 and 5.
Cool. 4 is intelligence, I think?
Yep, int and wisdom.
Int and wisdom. Oh, yay. Like you could afford to
Yeah.
lose more of that.
Right? I'll fix it. Hey, okay. He's still not negative in anything but charisma.
What's the bad news, James?
So, Kevin. The ritual started. And it was going smoothly. Until the beam of energy shot up into the air. And it was at that point that reality itself started getting fucky-wucky.
Yippee.
I'm assuming they didn't plan for this.
Well, Orn looked at Razia and said, "Oh, I'm not sure it's meant to do that." And then there was this giant demon thing. And this demon
Which
thing
one?
was punching at the Razia with the shield. And it was hurting Razia, and it was hurting this demon. And then there was explosions going off. And then it was raining fire. And then there was swarms of demons coming through. There was dozens of these little elf black creatures coming through. And they were all fighting each other. And then you trying to stop this giant demon thing with your shield? And you got picked up by your legs and pulled with such force it tore you in two?
Oh, yay.
Unfortunately, you regenerated from your lower half that time. So you appeared in its hand as it looked at the mush as you appeared. And then it flung you, tearing off your top half this time as you went flying, and Chile caught you. Unfortunately for her, when she caught you, she did so with one arm. Because the other one had just been cut off.
Ah.
Understand.
She then took several arrows to her body and a gun to the face. Really, it was less of a gun and more of a cannon firing point-blank energy. So like a lightning handgun. More like a lightning shotgun, I should say.
Awesome.
Funky.
So Razia's shield was laying completely shattered. The demon was completely barbecued. Orlin was still going on the ritual as if his friends, in air quotes, collapsing and getting hurt was nothing to scoff at. Sorry, something to scoff at. And the beam of energy just kept making things worse. As things started coming down, and this is at the point where you blacked out from your entire bottom half being gone, and you decided it was better to wait a minute before regenerating.
Yeah, that's fair.
And now you're here.
So I'm assuming I went down 2 levels, lost all the extra XP and all that fun stuff.
Yep.
Perfect.
So how's Kevin looking now?
Butt-ass naked, except for the shirt he's wearing on his back.
Kevin, he
James-
approaches you.
Okay.
Hey, buddy.
Hi.
How many times at this time?
Just 2.
She sighs, walks up to T-Rain, and hands him a bag of coin.
Celestials regenerate with that much indifference?
Well,
believe
when it
Celestials
comes to
regenerate.
Kevin, yes.
Yeah, that's more of a me thing than all of us thing.
Before I forget,
Celestials
sorry to
regenerate
interrupt.
from the biggest piece remaining, right, James?
Go ahead, Sabo.
Did we make sure that Chile is alive?
Chile
Yeah.
is alive.
Okay.
They were successfully
that's-
stabilized by the
that's-
lay on hands.
Okay, awesome. Carry on, sorry. I just wanted to make sure Chile is alive.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That was Connor's primary priority because he could see that Kevin was torn in half.
So
Sorry, carry
Celestials
on.
regenerate from the biggest piece of remaining of their body, right?
Yes.
So, fellas, I think it's time we start considering that in case of potential perpetual kidnapping, we should get ready to sever our friends in half.
I don't recommend it.
I'm
Oh,
rather
I see.
attached. T-Rain is saying, I'm rather attached to both of my halves.
Yeah, but are you really?
I'm sorry, who's T-Rain?
Are you a
T-Rain is the
Celestial
merchant
T-Rain?
of the ship,
Shit, right.
who they
okay,
treat
right.
like trash.
We don't
No.
treat him
Treats him
like
okay.
trash.
I see.
He gets an even share.
Kevin doesn't. Connor doesn't. The rest of them do.
I think he treats him okay.
We treat him like trash.
This is what T-Rain
Just
looks like.
his name is silly. Because
His
his name
I
is
think
actual
I've
name's-
shown him to you once before, but you met a whole
His
bunch of NPCs
actual
at the
name
time.
is Terrain, not T-Rain. Everyone
Yeah,
just
but no one's
calls him
gonna call him that.
T-Rain or T-Train or anything but his actual name.
It was a bigger problem back when I was a ranger and I had favorite terrain. That got awkward real fast.
He basically handles the ship's finances.
Yep.
He's the one who bought all of the lead for the ship.
Speaking of, is he proud of us for getting it turned into gold? Was it a good financial investment of
So
time?
he doesn't understand the whole ritual thing, but you guys just 10 plus extra profits.
Yeah, but was it worth the sacrifice of time?
You 10 plus extra profits in a year. He was averaging a 30% gain each year.
Cool. So that means he's proud of us, right?
Yes.
Nia gets the validation she wanted. She's
I'm
fine with the
assuming
situation.
he's probably flabbergasted, I would assume.
Whatever it took to make this sort of profits, he wants to do it again.
We can do that. Probably,
No, we
maybe.
can't.
Nah.
I don't think any of you quite understand how much damage they've actually caused.
I mean, we can't do it to the same scale, but if we can get a primal ritual going, maybe, I don't know.
No, no.
Can we not break reality
had-
again?
If we had the power and ability to stop them from doing the ritual, I would have been an advocate of stopping them from doing it. What they did has irreparable harm to
James, correct me if I'm wrong,
everything.
but while the ritual that we used was considerably more successful due to the fact that we were stealing their power to do it, we are in a perpetual full moon eclipse now, correct?
Not that you know of yet.
Yeah, but I'm saying this in meta because I'd like to know this, which empowers primal rituals, right?
Yes.
So if we could get a primal ritual on a smaller scale, could we do this sort of stuff more often?
Not exactly.
I mean, if anyone
into that
could just set up a ritual and make gold would become quite useless quite fast.
Oh yeah, but the thing is that it's not usually a perpetual full moon eclipse.
Yeah, but it's if it is a perpetual full moon eclipse, then it's a perpetual full moon eclipse for everyone, which means everyone can do
Yes.
it.
Yes, I'm assuming druids are going to get really rich if that's something they can do.
Henceforth, gold is going to become useless.
Okay.
Potentially.
To give a bit of a better example of how... So think of magic a bit like water on Earth, right? The
Right.
moons move around and the water moves to gravitate towards the moon, right?
Yes.
Okay, now make the moon's gravity 1,000 times more.
Mm-hmm.
The water is
Right.
now trying to pull off the planet towards the moon.
Yes.
That is what the 3 moon eclipse is currently doing to the world.
Okay.
Yes, there is a lot more magic in the air, so everything is amplified, but it also will get really bad if that does not change, because it will all go to the moon.
Makes sense. But do I get to make money of it before that?
On the sort of scale that we're talking about, Might be able to make a 5 to 15% profit instead of it being a net loss cycle. But that's only if you succeed in casting it each time.
You know what? Still something that's okay to look into.
It'd certainly be something to look into given enough time.
Yeah.
Can I go check on Yeslo?
Alright.
Like,
Yes,
what's
there is.
this crystal?
This appears to be the same sort of crystal that she was in before, except it's glowing faintly. Almost like it's been turned into an artifact.
What's been turned into an artifact?
Oh boy.
The crystal sphere?
Yep.
The sphere around Yesla.
Is she attuned to it, James?
Nope.
So someone else could attune to
Okay.
it, correct?
Well,
This artifact does not have attunement.
can I try to identify it then?
Yep.
Item.
It appears to capture divinity.
Fun.
Wow, you got the only thing that would normally be a failure, so I'm going to inspiration that. Because I think it's way better if you guys know this information.
I
Alright.
can roll Arcana too. You can find out.
Did I get a 1?
Yep.
For some reason it's private.
Oh. Let me reveal that.
Oh, thank you.
You
James.
needed like a
Oh.
30 to beat it, so both of you have beaten it. Actually, the arcane
Okay.
check's slightly lower. So, the barrier blocks divinity. Almost like the artifact, well, the object was made into an artifact of its same purpose.
Okay, can we open it?
There doesn't seem to be a seal or anything to actually open on it.
What does that mean?
Well, in the short term, it means that you need to find a way to get Yesler out before she starves to death.
Awesome. I'm assuming I'm still at 1 hit point, James.
Currently, yes.
Cool. I'm gonna take some time to heal myself up
And get some pants.
and probably get some pants. And then I'm gonna see if I can break it.
Alright.
It shouldn't take long for me to heal myself with both my divine gift and the lay on hands.
Alright. So, how would you like to go about trying to break it?
Well, did they tell me it was an artifact?
Most likely.
Do any of us know what happens when you break an artifact?
Novarius, make me an occultism check.
Occultism. Hold on, let me pull.
Or
Make one too,
religion.
James?
Again. My occultism is definitely.
Can
higher
I
than
make religion?
Nope.
Can I, James? I was studying with Leuven for a while.
Artifacts
Autism,
aren't
I mean.
artifacts aren't Leuven's specialty. Okay, breaking an artifact is not a good thing.
Yeah, I would. That was easy to tell. That was easy to tell.
Artifacts tend to have a designated method or some sort of fable that comes along with it that instructs on how to destroy it.
As far as I understand, generally with artifacts, you can't just arbitrarily destroy them. if you could somehow brute force it, theoretically you just would release an astronomical amount of energy that would probably kill us. Usually when it comes to artifacts, they usually have a specific means to disarm them, disable them, destroy them. It's usually something ironic, like an incredibly unholy sword can only be destroyed if you throw it into a sacred river on a heavenly plane. Like very specific things like that. You can't just you can't at least you shouldn't be able to brute force destroy something. So I don't even if no, the answer is no. You should not just try and physically destroy it, Kevin. It would be ill-advised and probably useless. I doubt any of us would have the physical strength to actually do something like that anyways.
Oh, how you doubt me so.
You'd never
You said
tell
this-
Kevin
this-
there's something Kevin can't do.
Is that a Strap's divinity?
Yes. So if this is something that can actually cause her harm and kill her, it means she probably has at least some fragment of her divinity left over if it's eventually going to kill her. So some part of her still remains intact. True to their word, they would return to her alive, just not sure how long she'll continue staying alive. We need to figure out some means in order to actually figure out what we need to do to get her out of her imprisonment.
I reckon we should wait for Sheely to wake up before we do anything about it.
James, is legend lore or something like that? Is there an equivalent spell in second
I
edition?
believe so.
Because I was looking for when I was choosing spells, because I like stuff like that. 'Cause it's very
Legend lore is a ritual.
but I couldn't find. It's a ritual now.
Collective memories.
Okay. I know of a ritual, but I personally don't know it by heart. We get ourselves to a library that has enough information. That's less Leuven. Do you happen to remember? Do you happen to know that spell, collective memories, or that ritual?
I'm checking his ritual list.
If you
No.
don't, then we probably need to make our way to some other location that has a library or some place that has those kind of resources, so we can maybe find that ritual. We can use that probably to diagnose what we need to do to save Isla.
Okay, but how long's that gonna take, and will she starve in the meantime?
How long has she been in there?
She's been in there the entire time that you've seen Kevin.
She's been in there the whole time.
So she's been
But-
there for like a year, and you think she's gonna starve now?
Well,
You know,
James,
that's actually a good question.
I
Can you
would have
actually
seen that this thing just started glowing after the ritual, right?
Yes.
Well, I don't know
Have
what
you seen
this
any
thing.
sort of
But
deterioration?
before Orn was casting some sort of spell into it, which would create... Well, he would cast 3 spells into it. First one kept them perpetually asleep. The second one provided food and nourishment. And what was the third one? Ah, the third one was the sleep spell itself.
Huh.
Yeah. So
Do I have line of
before-
effect that I can attempt to dispel magic?
You can attempt to dispel magic.
Also, if this thing blocks divinity, maybe we can just use arcane to
Yeah, I can
circumvent
attempt
it.
to see if I can attempt to dispel magic on it, but I'm not sure if I can actually target her since she's inside.
Oh, I'm
she's
not
inside,
talking
she's sitting
about
actually blocking a path.
dispelling. I'm thinking about teleporting, moving things in and out.
Should I try? And just see if I can attempt to dispel magic?
Yep, you can go
her
ahead and
or
try.
on the thing.
Because if she has it going, that means that she might still have that sleep spell that's keeping her suspended. So I can attempt to dispel that on her.
James, for clarity, can Nilvarius target Yesla with that through the sphere?
He can try to. He won't know
Yeah,
until he
that's fair.
tries.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and attempt it, and the target is one spell effect or unattended magic item. So I know that he has some sort of sleep spell in her, so I'm going to target that as the effect.
Alright.
Don't know if I'm going to be able to do it, considering the fact that it was cast by someone exceedingly high level, but I can try.
Alright, go ahead and make the check.
That was a 15.
The magic remains in place.
Did the barrier stop it?
It didn't
Unless
appear
you're able
to.
to extrapolate that. Was that? It didn't. Okay. It doesn't look like the barrier stopped my magic, but it's whoever cast this on air is a much more accomplished mage than I am.
Yeah, that was Orn that was doing the casting. He was in charge of the ritual, so that makes sense.
So,
But the barrier isn't stopping it. I don't know if I can attempt to do it again, but I doubt I'm going to have success.
Well, do you have any way to get her out of there with your magic?
No, I don't. I can teleport myself a short distance, but I don't think I can't bring anybody with me.
Okay. While this discussion's going on, Kevin, can you make me 10 wheel spins, please, for MVP?
Okay.
And wheel spins, nice.
The Christmas time has started. I believe that was 11 that you just did.
What was it? Let me see.
Oh no, 10.
Oh, it was 10.
Alright.
DM question.
And a thief.
Nice. And I think that's going to be useful.
DM
So
question.
it would have been more useful earlier. But I digress.
Well, Kevin did use one of his themes on the start of our little ritual, so that just replenishes that.
Alright.
Alright, Neo, you're next.
What do I have to do here?
Right, click
have to roll
the
turn
MVP
MVP too?
button and roll. Yep,
How many times?
10.
2, 3. Eight.
Epic
And
boom.
let me check my results, please. Cool. From ground up, 2 inspirations, 1 epic boon, positive 1 inspiration, 1 inspiration, anticipation, divine favor, 5 inspirations, 9 inspirations, 2 inspirations, 7. No, that's right. James, I can spend 2 inspirations to reroll some of these, right?
2 inspirations to roll an individual one, yes.
Yes, I'm gonna be spending 4 if it's okay with you guys.
Alright, go ahead.
I'm gonna be doing that.
Because I feel like it's a real waste to get 1 inspiration out of a wheel spin.
I'm gonna be doing that for both of my 1 inspirations as well. I'm just getting everything else into the bot first.
Alright.
Two. Please tell me none of them are one inspiration. I'm gonna cry.
Nope.
Oh, positive encounter upgrade and 5 inspirations.
Nilvarius, Leuven is going to ask you what you think of the barrier.
Barrier
Heaven.
that's
Two
surrounding her.
blessings. Nice.
Sorry, I'll wait for it to do the MVP stuff.
Yeah. Nilvarius, you're up next to roll.
There it is. Use a 10.
Yep.
I think I might reroll some more of those, but I'm gonna wait for everyone to do theirs.
Alright, Savo, you're up.
Okay.
You're rolling private, Sabo.
Fuck.
Do you have the self-roll targeted?
I'm gonna. I'm switching this thing off if I can manage. Public roll. Okay. 3.
Alright.
One blessing. Legendary boon. DM question.
Yeah, that's a 3 in a
Nice.
row right there. That's good.
I think I'll
Do you guys
just
mind if I
take
reroll the
these.
ones that I?
Which
Do you
ones?
guys mind if I reroll the ones that I said I was gonna reroll?
You rerolled the ones.
Yeah, no, I wanted to reroll 2 more, but I was waiting for you to be done. Want to
Which
know
ones are you
if you
rolling?
had anything to reroll first. Me?
Yep.
The 2 in space.
Alright. Go ahead.
I'm gonna reroll my 2
I'm gonna
as
let
well
Sabo do
after
it first.
Nia. Okay.
I'm gonna wait.
No,
I have some
you have
rerolls too, but I'm gonna wait until my turn.
I just rerolled the 2. The rest is fine.
Oof.
Do you want
Okay.
to reroll again?
Yes. It's a total of -5.
Hey, that's
Ooh,
worth it.
nice. That's worth it.
Okay. Yeah.
Can
All
I go
right.
now?
Yes.
Anything
You got
interesting?
the.
One inspiration and
One
divine
inspiration for a
favor.
divine favor. Yeah, that works.
Alright. Nilvarius?
I'm gonna re-roll the 1 and 2 inspirations that I got.
Alright. Ooh.
And how many inspirations does it cost to re-roll?
2 for each one.
2.
And
2
then
each?
if you roll again, it's 3, and so on and so forth for it.
No, I'll keep it.
Alright.
So I have a net gain with
Wait,
36
is it?
inspiration, a divine blessing, and an epic boon. I'm happy with that.
Yep. Alright.
James, do you want those rolls in Discord or Foundry?
Discord, please.
For some reason I'm failing to roll on Discord. What was it again?
Explanation point roll.
James, divine favor is the favor of a god, right?
Yep. Well,
Are all these
of
applied
a
to the same
divine
god?
creature. Yes,
To
actually.
the same divine creature? Fuck yeah, that's hilarious. Is there a point where I'm gonna get to meet them if I have enough of those?
Not quite how that works, but it is entirely possible to meet them.
So what exactly is a divine favor again? What exactly is that?
It means
a
a
god or divine
god
creature liking
or
you.
divine creature has taken interest in some of your recent actions.
Yeah, I've gotten plenty of them, which is why I'm asking.
Yeah, we're not tracking them in the
Yeah, I
sheet.
track them.
Okay.
Hope I got the attention of a god of knowledge of some kind. Big interest in my research.
Don't want to say that. You risk invoking Vecna.
Nathan will have a breakdown.
I'm sure there's more than just one god, but I feel like that's the most logical thing that would take
You
a
stay away
god
from
would
from
take
any,
interest in.
from anything that could be Vecna.
And I'm assuming what's is an epic boon something else?
Epic boon
Epic
is
boon's
something
kind
else,
of just like a regular boon that's
but
like
it's
epic
epic.
spell level. Legendary boon is the special. Like
So boons were split into two categories, epic boons and legendary boons.
Oh, okay, I'm assuming there's separate roles.
Yep.
I mean, I wouldn't worry too much about what boons you get. Flurry will just take them from you.
That requires her to actually play the game, so we're fine.
I mean, to be fair, at some point we can just kill Flurry and have a boon pinata.
You know what? That's kind of funny.
Alright.
Bunyata.
Leuven takes out a small blade and scrapes it over the side of the barrier. Seems the blade is being scraped away, but not the barrier. By scraped away, it's more scratched than scraped away.
What's your dagger made of, Leuven?
This is just steel.
I'll go ahead and, float off my my dark steel sword and do the exact same motion.
I'm gonna tell Connor to bash the thing with his shield.
Didn't they just say we shouldn't break it?
We're testing them. We're not trying to break it. We're testing the material.
Yeah, but a shield doesn't have an edge, so I need you to apply blunt force.
I'm not trying to break it. When Leuven did that, ultimately he's testing the material. The fact that it's damaging his blade showcases the actual toughness disparity between steel and the material. Dark steel is has easily one of the highest toughnesses on James's materials chart. So that's why I'm testing my dark steel blade against it instead.
Yeah, and redstone has, if I'm not mistaken, anti-magic properties, right, James?
Yeah.
Redstone does, yes.
So
the
I'm
dark
asking you
steel
to use your
kinks off of it without taking any damage, but it's also not doing any damage to the barrier either.
Alright,
so
what about the redstone?
What's the redstone weapon?
It's a shield. It's shield
So
dash.
he's got a shield, a mace, and armor. He can try all of them.
Plated in redstone or made of solid redstone?
Solid redstone.
Okay. The bits of a shield that are made of redstone pass right through the barrier.
Ooh.
And Nia looks to you, Nilvarius, expecting more validation. Her idea worked.
It's an idea, but I don't know how that's going to help us pull Yisla out of the barrier.
Barrier is made of magic, clearly.
Yeah.
If something is plated in redstone, does it pass through the barrier, James?
You don't have anything to try.
I'm gonna put something under the shield and ask him to pass the shield through the thing, as if trying to create a little hole in the shield, in the barrier through the shield. If it makes sense.
Like, can Connor's arm go through attached to the shield?
It seems to stop the arm.
Okay. Because, in a way, Connor's wearing redstone, breastplate. Connor's kind of coated in redstone.
Alright, so hear me out. So you know how flesh to stone is a spell?
Are we doing flesh to redstone?
I'm just saying. Might work.
Alright.
Well, maybe Chili, when Chili wakes up, Chili will know how to open it. Who knows?
Actually, I have to go check on Chile. Give me a second. Seems I'm gonna go check on Chile.
Chile has regained consciousness and is just staring up at the roof with her one eye.
I'm gonna run up to her. Put her in the bed, right? So.
Yep.
Hey. I'm going to hug you now. I'm gonna hug her.
Ribs.
Just so you can note, Connor, every time the 10 minutes has passed, has been refocusing and doing more lay on hands to try to keep her alive.
Yep.
Heal her.
Yep, she doesn't seem to be taking any more perpetual damage, but she is quite wounded.
Yeah, he's
How are
just
you
trying
doing?
to take care of some of that.
Are you feeling a bit better?
Well, I'm no longer bleeding.
Yeah. We're gonna get you all fixed up, okay?
Connor's gonna tell her, thank you for bringing them back.
I made a promise.
The hell
Oh,
happened
how
there,
I
Chili?
made a promise. Alright, she grips her head with her remaining hand as she sits up. Obviously something went wrong. The spell was working. And we think it worked.
Well, it seems like it worked a bit too well, and you just kind of, bumfuck reality.
No, you people have actually damaged the planes with what you've done.
Pretty impressive, honestly.
Yeah, Orn did call it an oopsie.
An oopsie. That's a hell of a way to describe it.
Well, stuff
Did he
happens.
say any? Did he? No. Did he? Was he specific about what kind of damage he caused?
He called it a complete event collapse.
Does that mean anything to me? Can I? Would that be an Arcana check?
You can make me an Arcana check.
Or if it, I also have planes too. I can do that as well.
Plane and knowledge would be more
45.
specific.
I wasn't putting it on there, so I put in a lore check for planar mechanics. I feel like that describes
Yep.
this very well.
Okay. The most important thing to note: a complete event collapse is when the stabilization between the planes, so the planar wheels, basically break apart and all collapse inwards towards the largest gravitational source, that being the material plane, as all planes orbit it. There's usually little, you could call them gel barriers, but really they're more crystal to each other and gel to people, that prevent things from basically colliding on accident. They would normally hit each other and bounce off, readjusting the balance between them all. But with them all collapsing inwards, there's no room for the material plane to bounce off and for things to readjust. They hit each other on both sides, causing a crack. And because of how many collapsed inwards, the barriers between the planes broke. And because they were already cracked and damaged from the previous event, them collapsing inwards caused a complete event collapse, or a merger between all.
An event collapse. That's
Funky.
wonderful. The ritual that they performed caused all the planes to collapse inward. It's he just cradle, like he cradles his head and just looks down at the ground, or at the ship deck.
You're really gonna need to be more specific here. Okay, Leuven told me about the planes, but who gives a shit if they're split or not?
It matters because if the astral, how much do you know? The astral plane has been the dumping ground for people for forever, millennia even. Everything that was there is likely just been dumped down into our world, including other
Wait, is
planes.
there
All the
still an
awful
ethereal
things,
plane?
everything has dumped into us. That's what's happened. Not to mention,
Okay.
who knows what this it is even means to stabilize that. I don't even know how to describe how awful this actually is in the grand scheme of things. What kind of harm this is
Nefarious,
going to
Nia
cause.
walks up to you, and she gives you a
This
hug.
is catastrophic.
She pats you on the shoulder awkwardly. There.
Leuven mutters under his breath, Celestials.
She walks up to Leuven and says very loudly, "Old people."
No, Nia, this is not an attempt for jokes. This is horrible.
What was
Well,
the
yeah.
attempt? Why were they doing this to begin with, Chile? Why? Why were they what was the plan here?
We had to get a substantial amount of magic, specifically divine origin magic, from here, well, the ritual site, to their altar site on the moon, and they didn't want to... She rubs her head. They didn't want to set up and have to capture each god and transport them manually, so they just set it up here to beam the magic there.
What exactly is
What
going
was the point?
on the moon? Explain.
There's this old ritual site that they've been rebuilding and reconstructing. Orn's been working on it for the better part of a decade.
It still doesn't quite explain what exactly the intent goal of this was.
He wants to create a new people.
New race. Thank you.
I hope it was worth it. Trying to create a new people just to bring them into a new hell that he ultimately unleashed on the world.
Kevin's gonna speak up. Wait, Sabo, is that what that Sphinx was talking?
Neat.
I guess Orn beat me to it.
These demonic weapons are stopping me from healing. They cut my spirit.
Oh no.
Are the lay on hands
I've
not doing much?
The lay on
At this point.
hands healed up pretty much everything.
Oh, okay.
I've heard of some weapons along those lines that cause wounds to be cursed so they can't mend. Heard of it. Never been the I've never been fortunate enough to suffer such a wound, but it sounds like you have, though.
So do you mean that you need us to somehow help you heal? I don't have any idea what you're talking about with that spirit stuff.
Yeah. Nia's staring at Leuven, by the way, James.
Is that
So,
another type of
a bit of a
lore
question.
check?
Razia was immortal, right? Is
Yes.
immortal? I don't know. And Chili is immortal, right?
Yep.
And what did he say exactly? Celestials?
Yep.
How
You
many Celestials were working in there?
in character you wouldn't know if that Ryze is immortal.
I knew. No, I would know. I saw Razia. I know she's on a Celestial. She didn't have Celestial eyes.
You didn't see her.
The only person who saw her was just Nilvarius because he saw her through the scrying.
Right. So I have to ask. Hey,
Or
Chili,
Kevin.
was Razia
Oh yeah, Kevin
Celestial?
too. Yeah, that's right. You got a much more personal up close inspection.
James, does Chili tell me if Razia is a Celestial?
I'm just checking a character sheet to see if she knows what a celestial is other than the eyes. No, Razia is not a celestial.
Right. Was Orn the only Celestial there?
Yes.
She gives Leuven a look.
My comment was not about them doing it. My comment was about celestials making light of these sorts of situations. I think of you all as celestials. I don't think of them as celestials. You are what I know as celestials. I was not speaking of the race, but of you all.
Oh, how?
She will choose to grant him this one time. He better watch the fuck out, though. Also, I will say that expecting us to not make light of the situation we don't have this cultural understanding to properly comprehend is setting yourself up for failure.
And are you saying that most common folk here that are not Celestials would understand what this collapsey thingy is?
He sighs. I barely understand it.
Cool.
There you go.
Right.
But I have the
so,
context
we
to know
have-
that this is not a joking situation.
Fair enough. It's just I don't see what we can do about it.
Right, so planers, the planes went kaput. James, do we still have an ethereal plane? Is there a way to see into the ethereal plane and see if it's there?
Does someone have a spell for that?
I'm assuming Leuven might. I'm gonna ask him.
If there was a spell for it, I definitely would have it because it's very much up my character's alley. But when I was doing spell selection, I didn't see anything specifically that would be of that would be like that. So I did not
I
take
feel like
it.
True Sight might be able to do that. Does anyone here have True Sight?
Not prepared. I think it's.
But you have it in your spell book?
Hold on, let me look.
True Scene, I guess I would say.
Just need to check. It's a level 6 spell. I do have it in my actual spell list, but I do not have it prepared.
You mind preparing it?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, great. Until then, Nia is going to make a point of writing a little, not little, a very big little poster and posting it in the main deck. No casting plane shift spells of any kind. Underline it 15 times. And let's hope our fish doesn't do that either, because that would be unfortunate.
Choosing doesn't mention anything about being able to do that. You see past illusion morph polymorph effects in the area, but doesn't say anything about looking into the ethereal plane, though.
Right. Then I don't think it might. All right, James. Do I know any spells that might be able to let us know if there is an ethereal plane anymore?
Just looking through the spell list, but there doesn't appear to be any. Technically, you could
Right,
try
so we
plane
might-
hopping there, but that could be not so
I-
good.
Just wrote down not doing that.
If we went back to my university, which is unfortunately not really feasible, that's a really, really long way away. I have access to an old planar observatory. There were ruins from the past. I can use that, but who knows if that's even going to be functioning. It was precarious even back then. I can only imagine
Reflex
how
save,
it's gonna be
everyone.
functioning now.
DC 20. Sorry.
What?
Oh no, that's already with the 10, so that is just DC 10.
Okay. I don't.
Cool. So everyone critically succeeds as you keep your balance. Oh, except for Connor, who
Except Connor.
gets slightly shaken, but stays on his feet as the entire ship gets shaken from a wave.
Whoa.
So
I can go
So-
check outside.
We should be on top deck. We should be able to see.
anyone want to get on that wheel and get us in the direction of the waves?
James,
Currently,
not
you're
floor.
currently you're not on the top deck. You're
I'm
inside.
rerolling that. Not floor 25. What can I tell when I run up stairs?
That was a fairly massive wave, and there's a few dozen others. They seem to be increasing in size.
How's the moons?
The moons are up there, but they don't seem to have anything to do with this. It's possible that this is the ramifications of large objects impacting water.
Right, I'm gonna be navigating and I'm gonna scream for Kevin or Connor to come help.
Kevin will go help because he's better at that than Connor is.
Alright. Alright.
Did Sabo?
Um.
He's ended up being a really opportune time for the whole flying ship thing.
Well, can't fucking shit it out, can I? It's gonna take time to build.
I'm just saying. If this is a perpetual thing and not just the impact of objects falling on the sea, that'd be pretty neat for us to have. Right, so where are we heading now, James?
You know, when I was a girl, I heard stories about my mum. She told me how they survived a giant wave of water that washed across the world.
How did they survive
This
that?
was when she was just a young child as well. Oh, they hid out in one of the village shelters. I suppose we don't really have one of those. Sorry, it's just been ages since I've last thought about her.
That's okay. I'm sorry for your loss.
Who's that talking? That Leuven or that Chile?
This is Chile.
Right, so James, I'm gonna be focusing my efforts on navigating the waves without getting drowned.
Alright.
You just turn the bow into the wave.
Yup. Yeah, unfortunately, the best course of action is to go towards the danger. So we're in Kevin's wheelhouse now.
Right. So, what settlement are we gonna make our ways to now?
What settlement? From what we understand, is everything's fucked again. Try to find.
Yeah, but it
if we
doesn't
can.
seem like things have shifted, right, James?
I mean, we saw
You saw the
3
Feywild.
separate planes. We
But I
saw
mean,
a
it doesn't seem
forest
like the
appear out of
material plane.
nowhere. We saw the Feywild, and we saw a plane drip acid.
And that is all within one little space.
That was within an hour.
What I mean is, from my understanding of the shifting, it was like the material plane got shuffled. This seems like a lot of things got imported into it, but that might mean that if we go in the same direction, we're gonna see a lot of familiar things as well as new things.
We can try. If we can try going back to that Celestial town.
There is an option. I still have a sending I can use. I can try and contact someone of whatever settlement we're going to, as long as I've met them. I can attempt to actually cast a spell to actually confirm whether or not the location has changed.
And how would they know that their location has changed?
I'm sure after a couple of days, I'm sure they would have actually realized it. If their location changed, there would have been some sort of tectonic activity. Something would have actually shifted. They would have felt it.
This is just like when you thought that by looking.
We don't have many other options.
Do you have any other ideas?
You know what? First of all, screaming isn't going to help you. Second of all, this is just like when you looked through your scrying and thought you knew exactly where the ritual was, and we ended up going nowhere near that. Because it makes no sense for them, with their point of reference, to know where they are in relation to us.
It was still an option that we had, Sabo. It was better than nothing. The other option is that they were completely
T-Rain quietly leaves the room.
Just go in a direction. It's not the first
James,
time for us to go in a direction, and that's what we're going to do. It's what we've done for
in
years.
charge of the boat, and I'm gonna follow T-Rain.
Okay.
Yep, that's fine.
Are you stealthily following him, or?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Roll stealth.
I'm gonna re-roll that. Terrible time. Okay.
So he goes down into the ship's hold where all of the ingots are, and he starts basically counting and sorting them. He starts making notes in his little book.
You okay there, buddy?
He jumps. Sorry, I didn't see you there.
I know. You seem a bit distracted.
Oh, they started fighting and I didn't want to get killed.
You know we wouldn't kill you, right? She seems a bit concerned by this comment.
I nearly got clipped by one of the beams of light that got fired through the ship a few months ago. Well, like a year ago. I don't want to die.
No. I'm sorry you don't feel safe in our presence.
I understand the risks. I get paid quite well to risk myself, but if I don't have to be in that room at that moment, I'm not gonna be in there where I might get shot, ignited in a ball of fire. Anything, really.
Okay. Just take care of yourself, alright? I was
Alright.
worried you might be feeling a bit bad over what happened, so give me the check.
I appreciate that.
If you need anything, just call me, okay?
Alright.
I'm gonna
He
leave
goes
this
back to sorting things.
Right, back to not dying.
Should we remain on the water, Leuven brings up.
Going back to the island, I mean, it's an option. Would that significantly help?
Well, if the water gets worse... We have a substantial amount of money on board. If we were to take it ashore, it would at least be safe from the waves. We might have to sacrifice the ship to do that, though. Considering the amount at stake, I consider the ship a worthy sacrifice for it.
True. Just how bad is the waves, James?
Each one's getting progressively worse.
Is
The first
there
one
no
shook
end
the
in sight,
ship.
I'm assuming.
As far as the eye can see, they're getting worse. Slightly larger. Slightly more often, slightly more sporadic.
The only problem I have with going back to land is if we start facing away from the waves, they start being worse for us.
My main concern, James, do waves get worse the closer they are to shore?
No. They
No.
only get worse at impact on shore.
Right, so that is a possibility. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I do not desire to abandon the ship if I can avoid it, but the crew is more valuable. The crew is the ship. Still, if we lose the ship and we don't have access to civilization to buy materials from, we might get stranded for a while. If we do go back to land, I think we should try and ascertain the ship is going to be fine. We're not exactly a civilized company.
Well, I think the main priority is indeed keeping the funds. We can theoretically make a new ship. Gathering all those funds would be considerably harder. If they were to be scattered in the ocean, it's significantly worse than if they were to be scattered around that island. The best course of action, of course, would be to just
Not
make
have
the
to deal with
ship
this.
safe. But how do we do that?
Just beaching it is an option.
It's not the worst idea.
James, can I roll nautical
Is
law to try and make a prediction of how the wave situation is going to develop in the next few days?
You can
As
make
for
an
continuous
attempt,
and
but it
ephemeral?
is quite difficult to estimate, given this has never happened
I'll make
before to
an-
you, or to your
I'll make
knowledge
a-
base.
Generic attempt and see what I.
Okay, presuming that the waves keep growing at this size, the ship would be wiped out in a day or two. if this continues on. Just from the sheer force of the waves and the drop off afterwards, it would just be torn apart.
So it's better to get it to shore, right? Right, James?
I think it might happen either way. We can
If-
cover
If
stuff.
it's
Yes.
on shore and near the beach, even remotely, the wave impacts will destroy it in shorter time.
If we go to shore, we almost certainly lose the ship. If
Seems like the ship's kind of fucked anyway.
well,
I mean, I have
it-
I have another option. Not that I like it, but I have another option.
what is that?
We could take the ship back to this island you're talking about, drop
Yes.
off the cargo, and then I could stay with the ship out on the water because I can at least swim.
I think if we get it, if we, I'm not sure that will work. We'll probably lose the ship as we get to that island.
Swimming the waves would be suicidal. You may be a
Uh,
strong
that's,
swimmer,
uh,
but you're not strong forever.
Novarius is right, Kevin. It's too dangerous for you.
I never said I liked the option, but that's the only option I can think of to have both
You
ways.
realize that you are more susceptible to death than any of us, right?
No one is more aware of that than me.
That means
can
that
try
we
it-
have to make you die less, not more.
But I am the by far strongest swimmer we have.
But counterpoint. James, we've noticed that we get weaker every time we die, right?
Kevin has
Yes.
never lost strength ever.
Yeah, but your proficiency bonus is gonna get down.
Yes, correct.
Pretty sure they're on the GM side of things that you swimming against these waves constantly would eventually leave you fatigued. Eventually,
I'm sure.
into exhaustion,
Yes.
then you drown.
The idea is get the cargo and people off the ship, get the ship out back into the waves to get it a better chance of surviving, and hope I don't need to swim. Because I'm the second best pilot for the ship, and in worst case scenario, I can swim better than Nia can. That's my thought process here.
I don't like it.
Yep, same. Stupid. Stupid bad.
Well, then are we risking the ship on the water, or are we taking it to land and losing it?
I say we take it to land. To hell with the ship, we're rich.
On an island with Nagas only.
Well, it's not just an island. You actually haven't explored the entire region, but it's more of a continent.
Oh, okay. And how do we transport that amount of cash with the ship?
I'm glad someone asked that, because Leuven had not thought of that. Kevin, do you still have that chest?
It should still be in my room.
How much can that thing hold?
I have no idea. James Meta, it's a tier 2, I think, storage chest.
Yep.
How much storage do we need for all of our cash?
And by the way, Kevin is, as of right now, strong enough to carry that chest as a backpack. I think you said it weighed like 200 pounds at max capacity.
Yep. Okay, you would need 28 chests worth.
We have one.
A couple of tier 2 bags of holding as well, but not 28. What would it cost us to make a big enough bag of holding for everything? Or enough small ones?
Let's find out how much bulk is our treasure that we actually have.
I'm gonna be back in 10 minutes, please.
Okay.
$1,400 bulk.
We don't have anywhere near enough time. We would spend a lot of our resources just actually making it. Just for specificity, a type 4 spacious pouch or a bag of holding holds 150 bulk. Not to mention the time it would take to actually make it. It's not a poor
Well,
solution.
it's better. Okay, how long would it take to make it? Because if we can't take this gold, might as well convert it into something.
Hold on, I need to pull up. It's like 1 day per 1,000 gold or something like that, isn't it?
There's a
James?
mechanics dock thing for it.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid actually opening up. If you remember it offhand. Yeah, I know it's not practical to actually make it because they would fucking fall apart before then.
Okay.
Bag of holding, you could attempt to make one in... You could make it type 1 in 8 hours, type 2 in 16, so on and so forth.
But a type 1 only holds 10, or holds 25 bulk. Sorry.
Can he make chests of holding? Can we make like storage chests like the one I have?
Well, once we are on shore, we can make it. We'll have the time to make them and move them. Yeah, well, I
Alright.
think we do have to beach the ship, I guess, and then we can.
So
After the
not
storm
just
ends, we can worry about how we're.
not just moving the gold once it's on land, but how are we getting it off the ship onto land
We're
before the
just.
ship is destroyed?
We're beaching the ship.
We just need to beach the ship as far inland as we can, and we can figure out how we're going to get back to sea afterwards. Because no matter what, it'd be more practical to get our ship back into sea rather than not having a ship at all.
I think the ship is gonna be in splinters. Close to land, these waves are just gonna smash it around.
Well, we could do in the meantime. While we're waiting for it to subside, I can load up as many mending spells per day and just spend my days just constantly casting mending on it to try and repair it bit by bit, to at least try and mitigate some of the damage. I can do that.
All right, turn it to shore. Get your shovels ready. We're gonna need to put this gold in the ground before it gets spread around across the whole fucking island.
Pirates burying their treasure. Sorry, I just find it very funny. Alright. So, you turn the ship around.
Unless we have a way of finding out that the waves are not gonna destroy the ship for sure.
Alright. So, who's the one navigating the ship onto the shore?
Well, this is going to be heavy impact. So I'm going to say probably have everyone else braced somewhere inside the ship and leave Kevin up top with the steering wheel. Unless people are opposed to that.
Mm, I don't know if being inside is a good idea.
Is T-Rain being informed of this plan?
Yes.
Okay. T-Rain would like to take the little rowboat and not be on the ship when you're doing this. He's happy to row to land manually.
Is he gonna be safe in the waves?
Probably not, but he feels like he'd be safer than on the ship when you're doing this.
Can someone just fly Tyrion off the ship?
How
But-
far away is land?
About 1,000
Taking
feet.
into account. Oh, it's actually not. It's not that far. Yeah, I can. As long as he's not carrying everything with him, and he's as light as possible. I can just cast fly and just take a spool.
Alright.
Does anyone else want to be off the ship before I beach it?
I mean, technically, I have 5 minutes, so I can. I have a 45-foot movement, and I have triples. Hold on. See if I can actually pull and take anybody else off the ship with me. It takes 7.5 rounds just to actually make it to shore, and the spell lasts for 5 minutes.
Well, 7.5 rounds will be less than 1 minute.
Okay, so there's plenty of time I can pull. Well, obviously it's like
You could take
15
3
minutes.
people.
Yeah, I can pick up 3 people in that time span if anyone wanted to get off.
Awesome. Maybe a slight idea. What is the shoreline like? Is there any like natural bay or cave that's kind of protected from the waves that we could try to
me
maneuver
check.
into before this?
So, north of where you are slightly, there's a rocky area that you want to avoid with this. Then there's a small beach region. And to the south is just more rocks. You could explore along the coastline to try and find some sort of cave.
Well, we have kind of explored this island quite a bit, so are we sure that there isn't a bay of sorts where it's protected from the waves?
Not in any regions that you've been to on it. And Kit Kat's being a menace.
Okay, so I guess that's not an option then.
So
Oh,
I think we aim for the...
Oh, there actually is, but it's on the opposite side.
So I think we aim for the...
There actually is, but it's on the opposite side.
So I think we aim for the... 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 So I think we aim
Opposite side?
You would. It's.
Did we actually explore? Did we see it at some point?
So
in time?
you explored it, but that was when you were traveling on land to the other side of this area. It's weeks away by land, and that's if you're going in a direct path.
Okay. So sailing around to it is not really an option.
No, but that area would have been perfect.
Fuck. And we are on the side of the island where the waves are coming from, right? So we're not protected by
Yes.
the island at all. That's unlucky. Alright, I guess we just continue with the plan. Fly people off the ship.
I
Alright.
also do have a single scroll, so I can another use of fly if anyone else wanted to get off the ship. So at the very least, I can pick 3 people off as long as they offload as much as possible.
Do we have... Okay, we probably don't have like spells to terraform this island quickly.
No, I saw there was a spell that was transmute rock to mud, but I don't have that on my spell list though. I didn't take it.
Yeah. Can we have a difficulty decrease on these waves?
Hmm.
I don't want to lose the ship. Fuck me.
There's always Kevin's plan.
I
If the
Okay,
ship gets ruined and Kevin gets dragged under with it, what happens to a Celestial who dies over and over and over at the bottom of the ocean?
Oof.
right. Well, with Kevin's plan, Kevin will need someone who can fly him out. But yeah.
But the tower he wanted to go to is far fucking away. It's not practical.
No. We also don't
what
know if it's in
tower?
the same. I don't know. Yeah. Right. Let's do this. Let's beach the ship and dig ourselves a shelter.
All right. Aim for the beach and full speed ahead.
Steve is a tentacle like octopus thing, isn't he? Or whatever
No,
the
he's
hell
a
he is.
fish.
He's just a straight up fish.
Can we have Steve? How long can Steve hold his barrier up for?
Well, it was a planar gate. I don't know that works anymore.
Would you like to get Steve to try?
Might as well find out what happens.
Behind the ship, I'm thinking.
Yeah,
probably.
a bit away from, a bit away from the ship.
Yeah. Let's have Steve try.
Okay. So, in proportion to the... So there's land, there's the ship, and then is there Steve? Or is it the land, Steve, then the ship?
Land, ship, Steve.
Yes.
Steve is closer to the waves than the ship is. Ship is closer to shore than Steve is.
Perfect. So Steve makes the circle. Then you see the circle shatter, and rocks spiral out of it as Steve gets shredded. As you see an incursion from another plane.
I'm back. What I miss?
Yay, natural protection for the ship?
Well, Steve just died.
He just said he got shredded. He didn't say he died.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I'm gonna grab the chalice. I don't know if there's charges in it left. But I'm going to use it to use True Resurrection on Steve, which is only 10 charges.
Wait, did Steve actually die, or did you just take a buttload of damage?
Steve got pasted.
Steve just
Steve took a planar incursion of rock to the face.
Oh.
I
Did he
don't
die?
think he's alive.
Yeah, did he actually
Let's just
die?
kill our fish.
Let me see. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's just kill our fish.
That was a quick answer.
Evan, why did
Yes.
you kill our fish?
Guess what?
We had an idea.
Steve's alive!
Yes.
As
And
you see
how-
Sabo hold the chalice up to the air, and blood shoots out of it into the water, resurrecting Steve.
All right.
All right, Steve, get back to the ship.
How is this mountain of rock that has incurred for being a wave protection mechanism?
It will be fantastic. Unfortunately, the ship is going to be beached. Automatically.
Wait, no. Why?
Because it's still incurring.
It's
Oh.
gonna get moved between mountain and beach on land.
Oh, that's okay. That's fine. But but ship will not be destroyed like this. It will just be.
Oh, it's gonna take some damage.
It'll take some damage, but it's quite well reinforced, so it should hold together.
This is perfect.
Unfortunately for us, if Steve's by the ship,
No, Steve should swim in the ocean and wait for us.
yeah,
Okay,
I'll
Steve
tell-
is going to start trying to maneuver around the growing landmass.
yeah.
We don't want Steve to get beached.
Steve can handle waves. Steve will just be
Yes.
underneath them.
Yeah, Steve will be fine.
That's not how that. You know what? Yes. That is exactly how that works.
Okay, well, we wanted to make a flying ship. I guess this is the start.
Now we can make a flying Steve.
No, well,
Oh,
we can't
we'll
have
need
a
to make
swimming ship anymore.
yeah. We have a land ship. Now we
Yeah.
just need the third type.
Flying ship. I mean, I could probably retrofit this ship with some.
Tank tread.
Okay,
Yes.
so you see T-Rain on shore running away as he sees what's going on.
I don't even know what's going on.
So, imagine there's a small patch of water where the ship is, in between the beach of the island that we're aiming towards. And behind the ship is a planar incursion of like a mountainous rocky area that is actively incurring onto the material plane,
Ah,
sandwiching the ship between the island.
ah. Oof.
And Terrain's on shore watching it happen.
Oof. That's rough, buddy.
Who else is getting off the ship?
Oh, I will obviously have the ship, and obviously I can take 2 other people.
What happened to our treasure?
It's not.
It's in the cold of the ship.
Right.
Alright. So, Novaris, you're off the ship. Chile would like to lift off the ship.
What is our plan for saving the money?
Not really going anywhere, is it?
I mean, the ship's going to be relatively protected by a sudden mountain range behind us, in between us and the waves.
Isn't the ship gonna get crushed by the mountain?
I doubt it.
The ship's basically going to be forcibly beached by the mountain incurring into the plane. from the way
James,
James makes
is
it
the ship
sound.
gonna be fine then?
It's gonna take damage, but it shouldn't.
It should be reinforced
shattered.
enough that it holds together. It won't be seaworthy, though.
It's okay.
Well-
Then I guess I'm gonna. I guess I'm gonna leave too.
It won't be anywhere near the sea either, so that's not a big problem.
Hey, fun fact: we won't need to dry dock it for repairs.
Yeah.
Alright. So, those of you who get off the ship, which is that everyone, or
Well, I think Kevin is staying on the ship to keep it steering in the right direction.
I'm staying and helping Kevin.
Connor's with Yesla's little crystal bubble, trying to keep that from rolling around too terribly in the inside of the ship.
alright. Can I get a navigation check, please?
I'm assisting. I'm gonna use obsession.
All right.
Multiple lore.
No, or I mean, Nia's I think off the ship, so it's survival for Kevin.
Well, do I have to assist with survival? Can I assist with lore?
Can he assist?
It's
with
got to be the
bonus
same
if
skill
he wants?
check.
Okay, it's the same anyway. So,
And you said it's 12 plus level, James? Yeah, he got
Yep.
it. We're good.
pretty sure that's gonna be a critical success when
Oh, yeah.
assisting.
Kevin's level 9.
Maybe I should have been navigating the ship then. Although it's not
What's
that
your
big of a
bonus?
difference. My survival is plus 19.
So it's the same as mine, or a bit higher because you're high level than
Yours
I am.
is plus 17 for your Nautic
Then
lore. Kevin's
yeah.
survival is plus 16.
But I think Nautic lore has
Sure.
already sea, right, James?
Correct.
My
Looking into
Nautic
this
lore
information.
can be even higher. I can have plus 23 Nautic lore if I want it.
Then maybe you should.
I don't want to spend my time piloting the ship I'm crafting all the time.
Hmm.
But anyway, we didn't do that, so we have a what?
28.
We got a
And
32 because I
Plus
was
4.
aiding.
Yep. Alright. Giving yourself advantage, Kevin?
No, but I'll plus 5 it.
39. No, 37, sorry. That is a success. Alright. So, you get the ship lined up for what you're optimistic is a good path forwards. It's lined up, it's lined up, it's lined up, and now it is out of your control because the ship is no longer a ship. It is now a building.
Perfect.
Well, it could have been worse.
Can I get a reflex save from
Definitely
everyone on
could've been
board?
Oh no, I'm going to inspiration that. Watch me get another nat 1. 2.
Connor's gonna advantage his.
Abo does not like what's happening to the ship.
Anyone who got over 28 is only taking 33 damage. Anyone who got under a 28 is taking 66.
Okay, I'll take
Oh.
66. I'm okay with that.
I think Connor and Kevin are both going to +5 if we can.
All right. The ship is now on the land. And the landmass
now
finally
building, from what I can
finishes
tell.
growing.
Well, if we knew, we could have done it a bit further out. But I did say that we're doing it a bit further away from the ship, from the land, not right next to the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That probably helped significantly.
I marked it out as 500 feet away from the ship.
All right, I guess that's fair
That's
enough.
pretty good.
Okay.
For all we
so,
could have expected to happen, that's pretty solid.
I'm going to suggest that we, although we should be protected from any waves, still secure things down. Make sure that whatever crashes onto us doesn't kill us. Maybe still start digging a hole.
James, can we estimate from our current position if being here with the ship will be safer than being on land, or vice versa?
Well, there's a bit of a hill between you and the ocean now. And you're about 1,000 feet inland from the ocean.
So we should be relatively safe
Well,
in our current
technically you're 2,500 feet away from the ocean now.
Yeah, we're safer than anywhere else we can be because we're right behind the mountain from the waves.
Okay, so we don't necessarily have to get Yesla off the ship then.
I would suggest, in case this keeps going and the waves keep going, like start growing Titanic in size, we dig a cave in this mountain and make a shelter. Of course, if all of this ends, then the cave is wasted, but what else are we going to do right now anyway?
That's the spirit.
It's also worth noting that this rock that's formed is dry and colorless.
Neat.
Is it
Do any
put
of us recognize what it could be?
Nilvarius, plane of knowledge, please. Shadowfell.
Oh, I guess I'm inland with other people. I guess whoever is with him, he probably says something about that. That looks like a mountain from the Shadowfell, judging by how the mountain is desaturated.
Fun.
That's
Well,
unfortunate. Where do these portals normally lead? Whenever you make them. Does Steve
I don't
choose when he makes a portal, or is it just it's random?
I mean, from what we know, what whoever's there should know, is that they're relatively random unless Leuven had mentioned that he could manipulate Steve's thoughts to make it specific, but we didn't do that this time.
Huh. Unusual companion you have, along with your ship, as per usual.
Useful though.
Yeah, I definitely see it having its uses.
Alright. So, it begins to rain.
What is it raining? What material? What liquid?
Salt water.
I
Salt
didn't even
water.
know we had salt water. Since when do we have salt water?
Our oceans aren't normally saltwater, yes.
Nope, they are
I'm
fresh water.
assuming- Okay. I'm assuming there's no historical precedent for there being saltwater, yes?
Correct.
Okay. That's
So
puzzling.
Me is very
Sabo
happy
is
about
Sabo is starting to dig a cave, and it's just like, if no one helps, it's gonna be a very small cave, and I'm gonna go in there alone.
almost nothing Nia can do to make your life any easier digging a cave.
Do you think Sabo is very good at digging a cave? We're both on
We-
8 strength here.
We have one person who's really good at digging.
I mean, it depends. If it's an athletics check, then, being an investigator, I get proficiency in everything.
Okay, but do you get mastery in athletics with a +8 to strength?
No, you're much better than me than digging.
If we're digging a hole, I can dig a hole.
Kevin, dig.
The children, they yearn for the mines.
Connor, dig.
No, Connor's not as strong as Kevin.
I cast telekinetic hand and I pull out like 2 bulk at a time as I dig.
Alright.
Okay, then.
Just like moving his hand, sort of somewhat articulating wherever you're digging, just huge chunks.
Tell you what, Sabo, I'll help you dig a hole if you help figure out how to get Yesla out of that bubble.
Yes, I mean, I was going to help anyway.
So
But
there are
yes.
2 digging tools. So which 2 of you are using the digging tools, and which one of you are digging by hand and magic?
I think
Novaris is magic
Novaris.
because he has 0 strength, so he's using magic.
Yeah, I can use a tool unless Connor is better than me at athletics. I have a +10.
Connor's got +13.
Okay, Connor can dig, and I can make and craft a digging tool for myself to begin with.
Alright.
That sounds about right.
Do not have a telekinetic hand that does 2 bulk at a time.
It's kind of funny when you see him like using tools. You probably see Nilaris like he seems a little bit he's averse to using to manual labor, it would seem, and so he uses magic instead.
It's all right. You have the manual labor extremist on your team. It's fine.
I'm also going to make sure that I save
You know
some.
what am I doing? Navarius stops. What am I doing? I'm a moron. Why are we digging out a? Why are we digging out a? Hold on a second.
Also, James, I assume that Kevin has lost all of his equipment as well.
Yes.
I cast cozy cabin instead for our shelter. What am I doing?
How big is a cozy cabin?
It says right there. It's shaped a cabin 20 feet on
10
each
by
side.
10.
10
Oh yeah, 20 by 20, 10 feet high.
Okay, our gold isn't gonna fit in the cabin.
Oh wait, I thought we were doing it for our own purpose in the shelter.
Well,
Does gold need to
both.
be moved?
So in case there's a huge, so depending on how bad this gets, the mountain might still not be enough to protect everything here, and if the ship gets blasted by, to bits, everything on the ship is going to go everywhere.
Okay, so we still want to move all the money off the ship, anyways. Is what you're saying? Got it.
I want to spend until this thing starts dying down. I want to prepare for the worst. That's what I'm
Okay.
trying to do.
So-
Yeah, but actually, I'm not gonna craft building tools for myself, digging tools for myself, James. I'm going to craft reinforcing beams for this cave. And as they dig, I'm going to reinforce it instead.
Alright.
And I'd just like to say, while we're digging at a slight upward slope, so that if water does get in, it drains out.
Alright. 1, 2, 3. 3 over 2 hours. 15, 20, 25, 30, 45. So over 6 hours, you get 45 feet into a cave. 45 by 3 by 5.
We've got a little tunnel so far.
Yep.
And
The rain
how
is
the
picking
weather
up quite
conditions?
heavily. You're hearing thunder and lightning off in the distance. In the sky, you're seeing it light up with the elements. Novarius, if you were in some sort of study right now where you're protected from the elements, so that you could peacefully study this would be a phenomenal thing to produce material on.
Well, then the good thing he has a cozy cabin. Yeah, I definitely, once we're finished a little bit, he takes the opportunity to start on to study this phenomenon.
Alright.
Can Todd Howard fly above the mountain, please, and warn us if there's a gigantic wave coming?
Yep. Howard is very used to things glitching, so he's
Feeling right at home
yep.
with this mountain appearing out of the ocean, out of nowhere.
Yeah, things it's glitch terrain. He's used to that. That's his deal.
Yep.
We just gotta look for the invisible merchant chest now.
True. Oh, it's weird. My chest of holding says "Do not sell."
That is weird.
Alright. So, you continuing to dig out an area, or?
I mean, we don't have enough space to load things in there. We need to dig out a chamber, right?
Alright. You continue digging out. Another 6 hours go by and you get another 45 feet in.
Can we start building a chamber rather than just digging in?
Yeah,
Yep.
I think.
So how are the waves looking? They still picking up?
You wouldn't really be able to see from where you're at.
Well, we have a Todd Howard.
Yeah, but Todd Howard
We
can't
do have a
communicate.
Todd.
Okay.
He can let you know. He can give you a sign if a massive wave's coming, but
Okay. Fair enough.
Enough,
And
I'm looking into that later.
okay. And what about the storm? Is the storm getting stronger?
the storm is getting worse and more chaotic.
Okay, so we're doing the right thing
What's
here.
strange is the storm clouds themselves are being parted by the moon. So the moons are always visible, but it's like only the moons are visible.
Okay. What is Leuven doing in all of this?
Sitting in a cozy cabin.
He's not. Okay.
If Leuven's interested in
Leuven
interested as well,
was really worried about the gold, and he's not really helping with the gold.
He doesn't have any magic that can help. I went through his spell list.
Okay.
Can he be
I went ahead
trying to figure out the Yesla thing instead?
Sure. That is something within his skill set.
Because I'm assuming her bubble's not going to fit down that tunnel we've made.
Well, it would roll into it. Roll up it, I should say.
Would it? Okay. Oh, yeah, I suppose halfling, that would probably work.
It'd be a tight fit, but because the tunnel's 5 feet high, the sphere is also 5 feet.
Yeah, but it's only 3 feet wide, you said.
No, it's 5 feet by 5 feet.
Oh, okay.
I went ahead and did some quick math. We don't need a tremendous amount of space for this gold. It'll take up a total of 18 cubic feet or 5.5 cubic meters of space. So it only don't need a tremendous amount of space for it, by the way.
Okay. Fair enough.
And if Leuven was interested, I imagine there's like a little porch in the front of the cozy cabin. So Navarius is sitting on like that front area with his cat just sort of like laying on his lap as Navarius like scrawls in his book, making notes like a madman.
Be right back. Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
That's where I was at. Okay, so do you start moving the gold and, well, I should say all the ingots into the tunnel?
Let me take a small step back. Novaris just did some calculation about the volume, and either we didn't get enough gold or something is wrong. because we brought a ship full of lead to convert into gold. So it doesn't make sense that there's only 18 cubic feet.
Lead is also takes a to actually. It's not as dense a material as wait, is it?
Lead is the same density as lead.
It's.
Lead is the same density as
Actually,
lead, guys. You
no.
heard it here first.
That's true.
Lead is 2 densities lower than gold.
You guys heard it here first. Lead is the same density as lead.
That's true. That is now
Right,
canon.
but what I'm saying is 18 cubic feet is very little.
Yeah, it's not. It's when you actually. Obviously, it'll like spill out or whatnot. But if you stack it nicely, it only takes up like 18 cubic feet or 5.5 cubic meters.
That's
Oh, no,
assuming
Yeah,
zero
that's-
airspace
that's-
in between.
Yeah,
Gravity
yeah.
doesn't affect it. There's no storage or carrying containers.
Right, but that is still, even if it's double, that's a very, very low amount. You have to think that 5 cubic meters is basically 1.5 meter by 1.5 meter by 1.5 meter. It's fuck all in the grand scheme of things of us bringing a bunch of lead on the ship.
The issue wasn't space for lead, it was that you guys ran out of money to buy lead with.
We only could buy that much lead.
You guys only had so much money.
And we still made millions, right?
Okay.
700
Just under $1 million.
thousand and change.
Is that enough for us to do the thing we want to do?
It is.
Then yeah,
Yeah,
fuck
we
it,
only
Hoax
needed
Resolution.
we only needed 400K in order to actually get the materials required.
Who the fuck
That
is
was
400K
this?
for
for the
one
electrum.
of the
and-
materials.
Okay, so actually, in that case, it does fit in the fucking cozy cabin.
Divide 50.
I am not. That's taking apart just the gold, not the other materials. I didn't.
Ah,
I
okay.
don't know what the other materials actually look like, or what their actual size are. I just went on like what's the stereotypical size of gold. I don't know about what the rest, though.
The gold is 13.5 cubic feet.
Really not a lot.
But that's also not that far off. Then with the other stuff. Alright. So you've got your little tunnel for it. You're moving everything into there.
I guess. Can we make this? Yeah. Yeah. But
Alright. Nilvarius, you'd have seen an acid lightning strike.
on the other
That's
hand, the gold and everything. What?
No, it's like when I hit the lightning strike, it's like he just like, oh, that's disconcerting. An
Ah.
acid lightning strike.
On the other hand, the gold and the materials will fit in the cozy cabin, right?
No.
If we needed to, I can. If we needed to, well, it's 20 by 20 by 10.
You know that 20 by 20 by 10 is 4,000 cubic feet, and you said the gold is 13 cubic feet.
That is with no. That's with nothing to hold it. That's with no air. If we're adding in air, you've got to basically double that.
But 4,000 versus 13, even if you 10 times it, it's only gonna take a tenth of the thing.
At the end, though, the spell does
I
eventually.
don't think you realize how
Is it 20 by
little-
20?
20
20
by
by
20
by 10.
footprint, 10-foot haul.
There is also the thing.
Actually,
that when
maybe I'm wrong.
it does eventually like poof. So obviously, when it actually poofs, everything would just like clatter to the ground underneath it. So that is something that would, be a concern. Just make a giant ass mess. So at the very least, if you're putting it inside, the tunnel, at the very least, it's not gonna just spontaneously move.
Okay,
Unless-
never mind. I've been doing the cubic feet wrong, so it is a bit. It does make more sense. So yeah, let's put it in the tunnel.
All right. Now, is anyone staying in the tunnel with it, or
Uh,
T-Rain would get a tarp put over the stuff once it's all placed in, just to keep it all covered?
I would also put away some of my, more fragile stuff in there that I can't put in my bag of holding. Like,
Yep.
I doubt I can disassemble the engine and get it in there, but
No.
that's just. We just have to pray for the engine.
All right.
Kevin's gonna be wherever Yesla is.
Where are you guys putting Yesla? Leuven votes for leaving her in the ship.
You put her with the gold.
How big is Yisla's little orb that she's in?
Or we can leave
5
her
foot.
with our in the hut.
2.5 foot radius.
What, you said 2.5 foot radius?
Yep.
Yeah, 5-foot diameter sphere.
How safe is the hut?
I mean, I put it up for there. It's generally withstands most with most things, but the climate inside is comfortable, blah blah blah. And it withstands most hostile weather conditions, but incredible heat or cold, powerful storms, and winds of hurricane force or greater will destroy the hut.
Okay, so the hut is not good enough. We have to put the hut in the cave as well.
You could try using the hut to block the entrance.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can recast that cozy cabin.
because
Alright.
if hurricane destroys it and we are gearing up for a hurricane, anything less than a hurricane, we're safe from anyway.
So we
Oh,
move
you may-
everyone inside the tunnel and then throw in a cozy cabin at the entrance.
Yeah. Sure. I'm assuming there's enough space. You made it at least 20 feet wide. I'm assuming, so I think it will be okay.
I mean, I would make sure that that was the case.
Alright.
All right, that's the plan. That's exactly what I do. I will expend my 3rd level restore and recast cozy cabin.
So we'll get everyone inside first, then cozy cabin at the entrance.
Yep. Okay, so Leuven. Leuven is going to put up a wall just to make sure that the gold is extra protected.
Yes, Leuven knows where the priorities lie.
The way he sees it, you all might as well die if you guys lose the money.
Already done that twice.
We can make it 3 times if you keep complaining.
I mean, technically that would be 9.
Don't you want to try for an even 10?
Not today, thank you.
Alright. So you feel the ground shake.
Cool. I'm gonna are we all in the cave? Point?
Yep. Everyone's in the cave by this point.
Look at the. Do we have to do anything at this point?
Wait.
Nothing necessary.
Cool. I'm
Right.
just gonna spend my time
But
chatting with people.
I will be reinforcing the cave as much as possible.
We're riding the storm out. That's what we're doing.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go comfort Melaine. She's probably pretty worried, right?
At least there's not an Ophe.
Right, James?
Sorry, just going over something with Leuven.
Alright. Like you say that like you're actually talking to Leuven himself.
Yeah.
Like, hey guys, sorry, the lich showed up in my house for a second. We gotta go get some food.
Alright, that's Leuven sorted. What was your question?
Melaine's probably pretty worried, right?
The
I'm gonna go comfort
celestial
her.
that fell out of the sky.
Yep.
Yeah, she would be.
Yeah, I'm gonna go comfort her. Spend some time with her while we're running at the storm.
Sorry, I was going over the ship stuff and she's right at the bottom. Alright. So, you're smelling some sort of vinegar
From outside?
from outside.
I'm gonna make a little wooden cup with weave wood to collect a
Alright.
bit of what's raining out there, and I'm gonna give it to Novarius to look into.
Alright. Novarius? You were handed a cup of honey.
It smells like vinegar.
No.
And is it vis-
Vinegar was the smell that had just seeped in.
It's raining honey.
It is raining honey.
Oh, okay.
Is there
Is there a what, sorry?
a honey tsunami coming?
Mm-hmm. Seems to be raining all sorts of different materials.
Is honey
Yeah.
good?
How certain are we that it's honey?
Would you like to taste it?
Would
I'm
you like
gonna
to make Kevin?
I'm
taste
gonna
it?
dip the tip of my finger in it, and then I'm gonna taste it. Yes.
It's sticky. Tastes great.
How
Like
does it taste
honey.
like? Spectacular. Incidentally, I would like to tell you that you guys know the epic boon I got?
Okay, what is it?
Dirt Eater. I can survive. I can survive off of anything that is not actively gonna cause me harm.
That's
Ironic.
incredible.
I think James just wanted to insult you.
Are you kidding me? Nia's fucking loving this. First she had to deal with no food. Now she gets to eat everything. Spectacular.
Hmm.
She was so worried when she was a vampire. Like, oh my god, I'm never gonna taste food again. Boom. Everything's
can
food
eat
now.
dirt
Fuck
now.
you.
What
Yep.
if you're a vampire with that boon?
I actually don't know. What if you're a vampire with that boon, James?
Well, the blood doesn't nourish you as a vampire, it just feeds the curse.
Hmm.
The boon would be next to useless for you.
Unfortunate.
Oh. I can now eat dirt to live, and that amuses me. Or anything really. I think I can eat wood, stone, anything that doesn't actively cause harm.
People.
I can already do that.
And you guys mocked me
Oh,
for
right.
that rock that one time.
Well, you don't have the boon. So
Hey, Sabo.
yes.
I would like to tell you that Nia is now going to be expecting you to see if you can make like random ass shit taste good with your cooking tools.
I doubt you're going to have a lot of success making me do that.
Would be funny though.
I have limited time.
Anyway, so this is just honey, James? Like straight up
Yep,
honey?
straight up honey.
I'm gonna get more and I'm going to save it. Because honey lasts for a long
Okay.
time.
As long as you put it in a sealed container.
Yep. And we can get sealed containers, I think.
Yep, you stick the cup out the window. It is currently raining
still honey?
light.
Is it the cup of light?
Well,
What?
Like sunlight?
Yes, you've got a cup full of light.
Like
Oh,
liquid
fantastic.
light?
More cups of light.
You know
Do-
what? At some point it's going to start raining fire and acid, and I'm quite happy we're in this cave.
It's already rained acid.
is the light like fluidic in nature, or
More gaseous, heavy gas.
okay?
This
So
seems
the
to be
ship-
Hey,
dense light.
Novarius.
Nodarius is still
Hey,
like
Novarius.
he's scrawling notes as fast as he possibly can. You see him throw up like detect magic, and you see him just doing stuff constantly.
Nia walks up to you,
Analyzing.
places the cup of light in front of you, and says, I'll give you 10 copper.
For
Bottoms up.
what would be more interesting is if you kept any of your old remains and see what kind of effect, if it has a significant effect on your former body. That would be an interesting experiment.
But it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case.
Kevin will chime in. I'll drink it.
Yeah, don't
Don't
drink the
drink
whole
it.
thing. Just take a sip. I kind of want to see what happens.
Kevin's gonna take a sip of the gaseous light.
Nia wasn't actually expecting anyone to take her up on this, and she's delighted.
Okay.
Just PCs doing PC things.
Yep.
Okay.
I think Kevin's behind on track for his death count.
Fortitude save.
Only died twice in that whole thing. It's not really enough, so. We didn't let him go suicide on the boat.
I'll +5 that to make it 41.
Cool. You don't die. Kevin vomits it up. He vomits it up with blood.
Oof.
No, that tastes bad.
I got that. I sealed the container.
I wonder if you could if you continue getting samples of this, I wonder if you can make use of them, Sabo. You seem to apply esoteric things to traps.
I'd love to. I don't exactly have a bunch of vials here with me. I got some.
Right, I should probably send you. Here you go. There you go, Novarius, in your player channel. That's something you'd be relatively familiar with.
Oh, Jesus Christ, why?
What's up?
No, it's the periodic table of this world.
Oh no,
That's
Oh
no,
yeah,
no,
but
no, no!
Nilvarus
Delete that! Delete that! Delete
promised
that!
to Nilvarus did promise to teach us that, and we've been
Yeah.
spending some
Mhm.
downtime.
You're gonna
Okay.
break the
No, me the player's like, why? Why?
I would like to
I've
see
had my
it.
credit over that. I've had my credit over that.
This is the Elven periodic table.
Okay, let me
Why would you? Why would you? Why were you
light.
born? I hope you die. I would like to bring your attention to ice.
I'm having a mild seizure that water itself is an element, that's all.
There's no mild.
You should have seen Nia's reaction to it. It was glorious.
Sorry,
If
not
ever
seizure,
I have
aneurysm. Aneurysm is the word.
If ever I have contemplated killing myself over a video game or a D&D game, this was when.
So
Life was so much better before I knew this was a thing.
Where are you seeing ice?
Oh, it's not in this one.
It's not on that one.
See, the one
No,
that
they're
I've
looking
received
for
had ice
water.
in it.
They just keep calling it ice.
Okay.
ah,
Oh, the spectacular. It's even worse.
I mean, I see water.
Oh, I'm gonna kill someone.
Tech,
Oh, wow.
it auto numbers
Kill
them,
all.
so that is them in their known number in the top left corner. That's not their actual number. There's a bunch that are hidden there. For example, right next to water is blood.
Perfect.
but it's not known as an element.
I hate you. I hate you.
Not
I
on the
hate
Elven
you,
periodic
I hate
table.
You.
I
I hate
see.
you so much. Die.
Fantastic. We love it.
I am cursing your parents for ever siring you.
Okay.
mean-
So, but are all of these things okay, but a question serves: is there non-organic chemistry, and then is there organic chemistry?
There is no separation between them.
But do these elements combine into atoms or not? Or is it just
Into
all
molecules,
the
yes, they do combine into molecules.
okay. Okay.
Quick AFK.
Interesting. Well, I'll ask you later for list of things that we could have caught in a cup and sealed in a vial for me, because I did say I'm bringing my fragile shit into the cave.
Yep.
And I'm imagining if I look out the window, the ship is melting.
It's kind of difficult to see out the window. There's a thick black and orange mist from
Okay.
the acid and honey mixing.
Right. Either the ship is going to be glazed or it's going to be melted, one or the other.
Well, there's a sufficient layer of honey that actually coated this ship. It might actually protect it from the. It actually might protect it from the acid a little bit, if we're lucky.
Should we add honey as an element to the stable?
Honey's a compound material, but I appreciate it.
Didn't you just?
Nia
Oh,
just
Denia said
committed suicide.
she was gonna step. Oh, okay. I was gonna say I
Sorry,
thought
I
Nia said
needed a
she was
moment.
stepping away.
Yes, and
No,
it's all right.
sorry, I needed a moment.
We just figured you just committed suicide after that comment.
I was contemplating it.
So-
Unfortunately, I think I'm already in hell.
How long do we sit in this cave until we all die?
How
Wow,
much damage does Kevin take from drinking light?
he didn't take any damage, he just vomited.
No, he crit succeeded.
No, if he had critical failure was death. Because it would have gotten into your blood and made you very, very bad. Failure was damage, success was no damage, and critical success was you processed the material.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So a day has passed of solid rain.
Not quite solid, sticky rain.
Well, yes.
Rain.
Do we get any more
Usually
All
honey?
sorts of rain.
Occasionally gaseous.
So we had a rest, right? Because I would
Yep.
need a rest in between so that I can actually recast Cozy Cabin to keep it up.
Well, don't forget, it takes a number of days equal to your level to get a long rest.
Really?
Yes.
I just have to get a
That's
couple.
the new thing to me.
I just have to get some spell slots back, anyways. I still get one.
Didn't we
level per-
determine when we were on Halos that Cozy Cabin you only needed your daily preparations for?
Oh, right, he does
Well,
only need that.
I get my daily preparations back, but I also need to get my actual spell slots back as well. But one rest is all I need because you get back you get one spell back per rank when you rest, if I remember the rules correctly. So that's still sufficient time to get my actual spell slots back.
Yep.
Okay.
Nia's eating
Yeah.
honey.
So before we do anything else, what did you think anything special I should prepare? Like, this is also a question towards Leuven as well? Or is it still when we wake up the next day, it's doing crazy shit outside still?
The thing that I'm most worried about is what happens if this cave collapses. So, if you have anything for that.
I don't. I didn't take any wall spells or anything like that when I was choosing stuff. I don't have anything like that.
Then we keep waiting.
Alright. A day becomes a week.
We're still, I'm assuming we're still trying to figure out what's going on with Yesla and she still hasn't woken up.
Correct.
Okay.
And
since
it's
we
still
actually have-
raining random shit.
It's getting worse out there.
Are we still expanding the cave?
Where are we putting the dirt?
I mean, Nia could eat it.
We can
Could he
toss
just
it
lay
out.
on?
That's an effective way to get rid of dirt. What we can do in the meantime, obviously, if there's any support, if there's any stress on the beams that Soppa put up, can actually spend time doing repairs, assuming they're taking any damage.
I don't know if we need to expand the cave. Like, what benefit would that give us?
Well, it depends. If this rain never stops, it would give you a home.
If this rain never stops, we might as well die.
Speak for yourself.
It's not exactly a very fun D&D campaign if we just sit in a cave.
Speak for yourself. I am perfectly happy with
Obviously-
roleplaying me as annoying of people and shit.
Obviously, I continue doing my research and whatnot in the
I-
meantime.
Had to ask something to Novarius and Leuven, by the way.
Alright.
How do I make a homunculus?
How do you what?
A homunculus? Homunculus? How do I pronounce that?
Homunculus? I'm
Homunculus,
not
thank
really
you.
proficient in making constructs. I think Leuven's knows more about that than I do.
Cool, because I
I
can
never done
summon
one
them, but I
before.
like to make one to be more familiar. I like to make Todd Howard a homunculus.
I only know a little bit, just purely from education. I've never made one. I've never entertained the thought of making one. Leuven may
Right.
have though.
I'm gonna go check with Leuven.
Yep, you check on Leuven. He is
How's he
currently
doing?
getting his back chiropracted by Yesla.
Oh, she's awake?
Sorry,
No,
not
she's a
Yesla,
ball.
Chile.
I think Chile.
Ah.
Lots
Neil
of character
opens the
names.
door, looks
Yeah.
inside, slowly backs away, closes the door. Runs to Kevin and says, so Leuven's into getting stepped on?
I'm sorry, your chiropractor does what to you?
I don't see one. And also, it doesn't matter, she's just mocking him.
Okay.
But yeah, and then I'm gonna go see him when he's free and not doing something awkward. Need to make a homunculus. Meta, for you guys' knowledge, a homunculus is a familiar that has telepathy with a bigger range.
Okay.
So we could use that for scouting more effectively, which is becoming clear. It's gonna be something we're gonna have to do at some point. And I
I
think
would like-
I might as well go for it.
Sure. I would
Also,
like to
Flurry has
spend
a
my-
bird familiar. Sorry, you can go on.
No, finish. I just don't know that you're finished because you stopped talking and you keep going.
Yes, Flurry has a bird familiar already. I could have my homunculus ride her bird, so we could have both the flight.
Alright.
That
Okay.
way we could avoid. That's it. Go on.
I think I'd like to spend my time researching the new materials we got that we don't know. Like there is the rainbow material and the material X.
Alright. So the rainbow material. You are going to need an alchemy lab for experimenting on the rainbow material.
Okay.
As it just so happens.
Do you have one with you?
Yeah, it's in my bag of holding. I thought
Okay.
I would actually have an opportunity to make stuff, but I do have one in my inventory.
Like a lab, not just tools.
There's a foldable lab.
Okay. We can do that.
Okay. So this rainbow material seems to bind to whatever it comes into contact. So I'll walk through the steps first. So you take the material, you crunch it, Then when it's in a gas state, because it binds to the air itself whenever there's fragments of it, it then fuses with the air and takes on the properties of an air atom. So if you combine it with a material, it will become that material.
So it can duplicate material.
Yes.
Is there any other? Okay, so we have.
I linked it in the shipper general. It also gives you a +1 to crafting, because I have the expanded one I put in my bag.
Okay, cool. What about then? We have also material X and
Okay,
divinity
for this one you're going to
coins.
for this one you're going to need to make me an arcane check.
I guess I will assist Nulvarius on the arcane check for this if Nulvarius wants to do it with me.
Oh yeah, he doesn't. He definitely. You can interrupt him at any point in time. Ooh.
I'm just getting to my skills. Okay, arcane. Pretty sure I'm gonna succeed on the help action. Yeah. We got a 40.
Sorry, I just had to reload Foundry. Okay,
48 between the
46,
two of us.
48, 48 for material X. That is a critical failure.
Critical failure?
Yes.
Holy shit. Probably not even worthwhile to try and like. I rolled a natural 18. And
Yeah.
Not even worthwhile
Okay,
to do
then.
anything with it.
So we're not figuring that one out for a while. And the divinity coin.
That's another arcane check. This one I think you guys can actually get.
Yeah, that's a 47.
Yep. That's a success. Divinity calcified into a metallic casing. It seems to be a compound material, the mixture of what appears to be the lead, which might have been transmuted into some sort of iron, and then the divinity.
Makes sense if it was actually exposed to like divine magic from the ritual. If that's the case, then material X may actually have a component to that.
So
Would actually create.
So those divinity coins, then, if they're have divine energy, should be blocked by the bubble, right?
In theory, yes.
I mean, most stuff is blocked by the bubble. Only redstone isn't.
Well, yeah,
And
but
pure arcane magic.
do we want to do any experimentation with it to see like what it actually does with the bubble?
I'm sure Flick Kevin won.
I'll go touch the bubble with the coin.
Okay. Well, with the ingot. You press the ingot to it, and it is almost repelled.
Okay.
You press slightly harder, and the thing gets pulled in.
Oh.
Torn out of your hand and goes in.
Straight check, fight against it. Don't let it.
Yeah,
Keep
I'd really
trying,
like a
right?
piece of that.
I probably would try not to let it go.
Athletics check, DC 100.
Oh, never mind.
Okay,
That's a
so
crit.
it gets pulled in. What next?
It just goes into there.
Right. Let's
And it's
not
just
put.
in the bubble now.
Yep.
Let's not.
It bounced almost
Right.
harmlessly off Yesla. At least you think it
Do
was
we have
harmless.
any
Like,
more of them?
it is a 1 pound ingot that just hit her.
Do we have any more of that material?
Yes, but let's not trap more of the divine material inside the
No,
divinity
I just would
trapping
like
bubble.
a small sample of it, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
If you
Great.
wanna
I
risk
now
it.
have more to my collection of shit to use needle darts on.
Okay then. Now that we've looked at all of this, and there's nothing else to do, Sabo will start making some of the arcane that we actually have. Start making some of the magic circuits needed for the flying ship. Because what the fuck else am I gonna do in this cave?
Alright, you're going to need a magic item lab.
Ah, fuck me.
I don't think I have
Um,
the time for that.
Is there an actual item? Because I actually make magic items, but I wouldn't. Is there actually a magic item lab, or is that something that you have?
We need to set one up. I obviously don't
The
have a
ship
foldable
usually
one.
has one. But the
Yeah.
ship is outside.
I literally make magic. Magic items. Is there an equivocal table like the alchemist lab? Or no?
Let me take a look.
That's definitely. I literally make magic items. I literally took a feat for it. I would have one of those on my person. I'll spend the gold just to have it on my person.
Doesn't look like there's a portable one. No.
How much bulk is it?
It is 35 bulk.
Okay, never mind. I would not. I would not then. I don't have that much space in my
Not
bag.
even Kevin can carry that.
So a room worth of equipment. Alright. So,
Yeah, I can obviously I continue doing research. Let me know if I can, take any checks or anything to see if I come up some sort of insight. Or
there'll be a
anything, or
check at the end of this. I'm just compounding all of the different days together, which will reduce the total DC.
Okay.
Alright. Leuven asks you all, how long are we willing to remain in here if it's just getting worse out there?
We don't have
No.
any means to withstand the storm. I don't know what exactly we can be expected to do. Eventually, this phenomenon should calm down. All planar phenomena eventually calms down. Obviously, this is a unique case, but we don't have any means to weather the storm. Where are we supposed to go?
Down.
Dig down.
If we can't go out, then it's not like we have much options.
Do you have a spell in mind?
This is the problem. I do not have a spell that would help accomplish this. And given that we do not have infinite food and water, I thought it might be
Yes.
best to prepare. Alright. We can all eat Nia for eternity. Leuven gives you a wink, Nia.
Well, that's
Oh
periodically
my,
food and
how very
food and water
bold of
raining
you.
from the outside. So
I'm just gonna pretend Kevin wasn't paying attention very much to the conversation until that point, and just no.
Okay. So if we're going to start digging down, the Underdark's what? 50 miles below us?
Neat.
Oh, we don't have the time for that. Fuck.
Why not?
Run the numbers.
Time for what?
We can dig, what, 5 feet in 2 hours? With one of us? With all of us? That's what? 5 of us capable. 25 feet in 2 hours. How long would it take us to get 50 mil? At least 50 miles.
way too long.
There is an option, although I'm not very fond of it. I can attempt a blind teleport. If I can pin down an actual landing location, but that's going to be risky. To be, it's
We don't know what sort of shape the fabric of reality is currently in. When that
exactly.
fish poked a
It's-
hole, things collapsed. If you poke a hole in here, all of space from another fragment might flow through here.
Exactly. Not to mention, obviously, I don't know exactly where I'm going either.
Yes. There are many issues, but that is a good emergency. Hopefully it does not come to that.
So it's been a whole week and it's still getting worse.
Yes.
Just how much worse can it get?
Well, there's currently a tornado going on out there that is a mixture of air elemental plane, fire elemental plane, and acid elemental plane.
Well, that's fabulous. We can celebrate that we didn't try to stay on the ship.
Well, if you're on a ship, you would have had to deal with the tsunami.
And all of this as well, I imagine.
No, this is localized towards the area where the ritual occurred.
Because the jar is still open?
No, because that's where the most damage occurred from where fragments of reality broke on this side.
So
There is another idea. We have a planar connection outside. We can also attempt to try and sever it.
What do you mean?
I studied when I was out on my journeys. I observed more than a few planar portals. I also learned how the process of actually draining a planar portal, effectively disrupting it, even if it's for a short time. If I'm lucky, I can manage to sever it. I can attempt to sever it completely, but that's obviously might be a little difficult. I don't know what exactly we're dealing with here, but I can damage a planar connection.
I see, and what goes into something like that?
Specifically, there was a ritual that was in there that I took called Drain Planar Connection. Originally, it says it has to deal with another plane of Idyllis, but I'm assuming this is going to be a little bit different. But I just took it because it seems like I could actually apply that to other things. But it's in the in the actual rituals in here called Drain Planar Connection, tagged as a unique spell. So I'm not sure if it's something that you individually put in. But I took it because it made sense for his background of actually handling and directly dealing with planar portals. I can I can just hit cast there. I'm not sure if you think I could use that for this purpose. I didn't read the flavor text until after I took it because I liked it. It seemed like it might something that could be used.
Okay, so that's actually draining the connection between someone and a planar. So someone who's like a kineticist is a planar portal in of themselves.
Okay. So that Idealis is actually a person. It's not
Yes.
something I can actually use. Okay, so it'd be targeting an individual's connection to a plane instead.
Yep.
Okay. But
which is actually a good way to shut down Fey powers. I need to save that.
So when I describe this to Leuven, is there any way that we can actually try to find we can actually try and modify the ritual to at least provide some amount of relief to the local area, even if it might be more difficult?
The issue is, it's not a planar portal; it's a planar collapse.
But it's a rift in the local area though that we've actively created by doing this.
Yes, but it's not.
I mean, theoretically,
there's a difference between a portal, which is someone creating a point C that goes between point A and B, and point A and B colliding.
Yeah.
If there was space between them, then we could shut that off with this. Or at least with something similar. Alright. Would you all like to wait and see how things go over the next week?
Yeah, might as well.
Okay. Over the next 4 days, it gets worse and worse and worse and worse, and then it suddenly stops. Nine days after you entered, there is silence outside for the first time. No roaring fires, no thunderous explosions.
Tentatively, I'm assuming more than one other than just me goes look outside.
Somehow, yes.
Me is going for sure.
Yeah, I sincerely doubt anyone's like, oh, I'm gonna stay in the cave.
T-Rain.
I mean, unless Kevin's rolling Yasla out with him, Kevin's staying.
Okay, so Kevin's rolling Yesler out with him.
I mean,
maybe she'll wake up eventually.
No, Kevin's gonna stay in the cave.
Okay.
You know what? Another thing we could have actually done. We could have actually constantly trying to cast a spell magic on that and hoping that maybe it get a 20 on the sleep spell that Yisla's under. That's something we could have done during those 9 days. We could have made multiple attempts to actually try and break the sleep spell.
Okay, so is that something that people would like to try?
Yeah, I would have approached that same thing with Leuven if it's something that we wanted to attempt to see if we can actually break Isla out of her sleep spell.
What is the maximum possible result that you can get?
Maximum, hold on.
So 20 plus 10, so 30 plus your modifier.
+5.
Hold on, let me see here. A modifier. Hey, fucking look at the right tab. That'd be nice. Does Leuven have Dispel Magic or no?
Yes, he does.
Okay, so it looks like it's just a like I'm assuming it's just a raw Arcana check.
Yep.
So my Arcana is 28.
I believe that's 3 higher than Leuven's.
Add 5. You have +28 to Arcana?
Yep,
Leuven?
so
Nevar?
that becomes 33.
TA?
33 plus 30 is 63.
+5.
No, that's already
Maximum
included.
possible.
+5.
That's with +5.
Yep, 63 then.
Normally I don't think
Actually,
I
no.
can I don't
Leuven
think
can
I
aid.
he can't aid because it's the Arcana check is caused directly by my casting the spell. I don't think he can actually aid.
Well, you can have guidance at the very least for a little bonus.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Wait, what's that bring it to?
+2,
65.
65.
Plus two? No, 66, because it was 64 and then blended.
Okay.
No.
66.
If you roll a 20, you can actually succeed on this.
Okay. So if we're going to attempt this, I can literally load up all my second level spells, which I have a total of 6, and I have a drain, so I can make 7 attempts per day.
Well,
7 attempts per long
assuming
rest.
we want. Oh yeah, that's right. You're right. Not to mention, I'll obviously trying to get me to re-roll. Well, at the very least, I can make 7 attempts. My second level spells are pretty whatever. So we want to do this? We want to make this attempt?
I'm not sure waking her up will help. But okay. But if you think it's a good idea, I'm not gonna
Well, that's why he's
deny
asking. Like,
you.
at the very least, she's awake, and maybe she can provide some sort of insistence or some sort of insight. We don't know what she can and cannot do at this point, or whether or not what she knows, because she may know something that might actually be helpful. That's why I'm putting it to the group vote. I can spend the time and effort to actually make these attempts.
I think it's up to Kevin to make the choice.
Yeah, Kevin, what do you want to do?
Unless, I mean, the two options that I see in front of us are find a way to safely break the sphere, or wake her up and get her help with that.
Okay. I guess since I have nothing to do, I will be researching this sphere.
Alright.
Trying to figure it out somehow.
Alright, so am I doing this?
Yep, go ahead and make the checks.
Did Kevin say yes?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Advantage that.
No, that was a natural 8.
You
Just
should roll all of them.
just roll 6d20.
Oh, 60-20? Okay.
Yeah.
You should technically be rolling 60-20 twice. Yes.
If you advantage all of them.
I would.
Okay. Just
So
for the
12.
advantage for the first.
There you go.
There it is.
Okay.
First attempt. Technically on the
On the
first attempt, the
first
first time we
fucking
decide, oh,
day,
let's
yeah.
do it.
You dispel the sleep and she wakes up.
Just for the
Kevin,
sake
what
of
happened?
What do we want to say? What day we actually do this on, in case it actually matters?
I would assume the 6th day.
Okay. Just so I know whether I get my slot back.
I will explain literally everything that we have figured out that happened, plus the current situation.
I feel cold, Kevin.
That's worrying. So
Did you lose your?
I,
did
and
you lose your
obviously I
magic?
would have told her what we figured out about the orb too.
Yep. I feel my magic as she sparks some, but that seems to only make the orb stronger.
And Chile doesn't know how to open it, right?
No clue, this is Orn sort of thing.
And why did he not tell you?
I never asked. He usually tells me things that I ask about.
You want us sending him? We can
Why
send him.
don't we sending them?
I've never met Orin. I've never even seen him. I need to
Well,
at
you
least have
can
seen him.
sending Razia and ask Razia to find
True.
out.
Oh yeah, that's actually I can do that.
Alright?
All right, I will do that. Can you please ask Orem how we can release Yesla from this orb? Or if you know, that would be great too.
Oh, yours a bit weird too, huh? Don't happen to know where Chile is.
I will, but I'll go ahead and recast it. Chile is with us, injured but alive. I don't have many of these spells left.
On my way.
Oh no.
Oh well.
Well, at least Kevin has
Jesus.
spent time with Razia, so hopefully this won't go too poorly.
She's on her way.
What did Kevin learn from his time with Razia?
Kevin really likes doing what Razia tells him to do.
Yeah.
Okay. So, less than a day later, someone knocks at the door
Who is it?
of the raging elemental
I
Infernal
wait.
on the other side.
Who is it?
I'll go answer the door.
Same. I will accompany Kevin.
Covered in acid rain is Razia. Hi!
Hey,
Hello.
Hello.
They step inside.
Assuming she seems utterly unbothered by this, by the acid rain.
Yep.
how you
She
doing?
shakes her head, with it damaging the internals of this building. I'm alright.
That's good.
Tell me, is that your ship outside? It seems a little out of the ocean and wrecked.
Yeah, next stuff.
There
Oops.
wasn't a whole lot we could do. At the very least, it might be salvageable by the time the storm ends.
Yep.
Not sure how we'll
We,
get it back in the ocean, but at least it's still in mostly one
Around.
piece.
How'd you get to this fast, lady?
I described Kevin.
Yeah, we do like doing that too. He's very scribal, isn't he?
More scribble than Chile. They put their hands on their hips and shake their head.
Hey, Chili, your mom's here. Think.
I will lead
So-
Razia to where everyone else is. Everyone's back this way.
Razia, any chance you can open up Yesla's thing box?
Oh no! Before you were meant to just be able to break them, but apparently while they've got gods inside, they're completely unbreakable. One figures that if you kill the god by like shaking them hard enough that the god splatters on the inside, then you can resurrect them. On the outside, that is.
Ah,
Oh, I guess
So
she
the
is
orb is-
the.
I
she
hate
is
that
meant to be-
idea.
The orb is reinforced by her own divine magic. That is an
Yep.
excellent prison.
Well, I guess she is Kevin's partner.
That's
Nia
an
says.
insane prison. I'm assuming this is a special material, or is this a construct that Orin made?
Before it was just crystal, but now it's... Owen said something about it absorbing events, blah blah blah. Anyway, now it's special. Like, well, there's like 130 of them, but yours is one of the 130 special ones.
Neat.
I look around. So Kevin, are we going to do that?
We're gonna go talk to Yesla.
Hmm.
Nia's gonna rush to talk to Yesla.
You get to Yesla.
Hey, buddy.
Hi.
So, you want the good news or the bad news?
What do you mean?
Good news is, we might have figured out a way to get you out of that.
Okay, can you do it?
Well, there's the bad news. How do you feel about being a bit more like your partner?
What do you mean?
Well, you know how the
prison
ball
is
is
created. The prison is
trapped in a
created by
god
your
and
own
stuff, yeah?
divinity. You need to die to have that, in order to have that be dispersed, so that the orb should actually open up.
Yeep.
Oh.
Then we can res you.
What will happen
Oh,
to my
Kevin.
divinity?
Don't actually know. What will happen to her divinity?
Razia shrugs.
Nia
It's your
shrugs.
prison. It's your prison, Isla. I'm sorry. It's your prison, Isla. It's your life. It's your decision to make. But that seems to be the only immediate option we have. But we don't know anything else. Obviously, it's your decision.
We can stay there for a while and we can look into it for the future, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know what to do. I'm so cold in here. Kevin, help.
I don't know what to do either. This whole time, Kevin just looks like he's got that very pained expression on his face.
Razia, your companion Chile is over there, cracking Lubin's back.
Ooh, she can do mine next. Okay.
So I'm assuming none of us party members have a way to resurrect, right?
We have the chalice. We don't know if there's charges enough because I used another 10 on Steve, and we're out of the charges that I've been putting into it.
To be fair, I think, but it's exponential, so it's probably fucked, right?
There might be a lot of charges. No, the exponential is only the wish, not the other abilities.
So can it res? Does it have the ability to res people?
Yes. It just has true resurrection as
No,
the
so
10
no,
charge ability.
no.
No wish
1 minute.
needed.
I think we should do it.
I'm just gonna ask Razia. Miss Razia, any chance if we do your plan, you could resurrect Yesla for us outside the box, like you said?
I could do so, but it's gonna cost like a diamond worth like 100,000 gold.
Oh, don't think we have that. We don't have diamonds.
Pity.
We have gold.
Do you have 100,000 gold?
Mm. Yeah, but I suppose we'll try our own method first, and if it doesn't work, then you can help. Well, we do have the 100,000 gold.
Okay.
All right then, Kevin.
Kevin's just gonna walk up to the sphere and like look Yesla in the eyes and just ask, "Are you sure?"
So I assume you're gonna make some sort of dagger out of that metal that can go in here, and you're gonna use that to stab me, or pass it in so I can stab myself.
Oh, that would be the better solution than what Razi suggested.
Or I could shoot her a few times.
That was my plan.
Hey, do you want me to shoot you a few times?
No, making the dagger.
Because I can needle darts.
Just I'm just gonna
Should do
sit
more
down and
damage.
start making a little dagger.
Hold on. Why make a dagger when I can just shoot her for no additional time or material cost?
Do you have ammunition out of redstone?
Needle darts makes ammunition out of the material.
She just has to touch the material and she can make darts out of it.
Ah, okay. Go for it.
What does Yesla think about that plan?
She's not happy with any of this, but
Would she rather do it herself?
no, she just wants this over and done with as she braces herself.
Right, I believe this should be heightened to 4 is a cantrip, so that's extra 1d4. That should be 364.
A few
And
minutes
if
of
she's letting me
needling.
crit her, that should be she letting me crit her, James?
Yep, she's making herself vulnerable to this. You don't need to roll the
yeah,
damage.
Are there coup de grace? I was gonna say, are there coup de grace rules in 4E?
Yes,
Sorry, in second
well,
edition?
there isn't normally, but there is this.
I could hear the excitement in your voice.
Sorry, just looking for the update channel. There we go. Takes 5 actions. Creature's allowing it to happen. So she's going to let you kill her with it. Alright. Her body goes still as several darts fly into her chest.
Okay. Can I, if I use the chalice for true resurrection, can I make her be outside the bowl? Like I go, how does that work usually?
Do we have to break open the sphere first?
Well,
Yeah, does it sphere
now
have
that
use its
she's
magic?
dead, you see that there is a white light extracted from her into the sphere as the sphere opens up.
And lets her out?
Well, she kind of falls out.
Kevin's
The
gonna
sphere opens up and condenses into a disc. The disc is 5 feet.
I
Well,
guess
like
I
5
grab
foot
it then.
diameter. Alright.
Okay. So
I could
now
name this
she's
something
out.
else, but I'm fairly sure you guys are just going to refer to it as the God Pokeball.
Yep. Yes,
Okay.
I am.
So we use chalice for true resurrection on Yesla if it has the charges.
Okay. You take the risk and use 10 charges.
Wait. That ability doesn't say that it's a risk.
It's all
Only the
abilities that
wish
don't
ability.
have the 10 charges. Sorry, it's all abilities that you use the charges if you don't have enough charges.
Oh, that's not how I read the artifact. I guess we can just do the 100,000 gold then.
Ah, fuck it, we've all tried.
I mean, we were going to kill some people if there's not enough charges.
There's no one to kill here, so fuck
But
it, try
just
it.
to note, I would not have done it on Steve if I knew that there's a risk.
Well, we're here, so fuck it, we've all tried.
And what happens if we TPK on this?
Lead res.
What?
I mean,
Or
Razia
Celestials.
is,
The Celestials get back up, is what they believe.
and then
No.
Razia is right there with a pile of gold.
Why don't we just do the gold?
Do we have enough gold to do that and buy this if we need?
Pretty much.
If
Sure,
not,
Well,
fine.
real close.
Razia will still have to go out and find a diamond for it.
Okay. Will you allow to undo it with 5 inspirations or not?
It still goes on action 0.
So no.
No.
I don't know what to do. I don't.
You only use the charges you put in, right?
What about? Okay, so hear me out. There's no rush on this. As soon as we get 10 charges in, and then we can resurrect Yesla.
That's not. No. Kevin is. Do it now.
And if this kills us,
Then we're all in this together. Leuven is moving behind Razia.
If
Pretty
you
sure
don't
there's
want
no-
to do
there's
it,
no-
Sabo, give me the chalice and I'll do it. Everyone
that's
can leave.
that does not help. You have to be a
You all
more
can-
than a mile away.
Well, then if you still don't want to do it, give me the chalice and I'll walk a mile away.
Thunder crackles in the
raining acid
background.
outside. Still raining acid outside.
I'm
last
gonna
time I
go
checked.
check how the rain's outside, James.
Still progressively getting worse.
Hey guys, I think it's
Oh, it
still
isn't-
still raining pretty badly. Acid.
Remember, this is only day 6. We're still like smack dab in the middle. We don't know if the storm's going to clear.
No.
No, I'm well aware. Kevin doesn't care right now.
Hey Kevin, what level are you again?
9.
Right, so if we assume every time we kill him is a charge if we put his corpse into the chalice,
Holy fuck.
3 of those are temporary levels.
that's still only 4 charges that we'd have to trust the chalice has.
We don't know this
What are you guys fighting
as
about?
characters.
We
Who's
need to
asking
res
that?
Yesla. Chile. Right,
Okay,
James?
Yeah, Red's Razzie, I thought.
this is Razia.
We need to res
Chi-Chi's
Yesla.
Chile's the more mature one out of the two.
That's concerning. But we
How long
have an
take
item.
to get a diamond?
I don't know, like... I would have to go to on... Week, a month?
You got here in a day.
Yeah.
Well, you know, there's another alternative too. Someone goes to the village, and you know,
What village?
Naga village.
Right, they're probably all dead from the storm.
Kevin Nia walks up to you.
Okay.
No, James, I'm reading the chalice, and it says that the risk is only on the wish part.
Nia places her hand on Kevin's shoulder. Sorry I killed your wife.
Nia, I don't think this is
Kevin
an
just
appropriate time
starts
for
crying.
such
Like
a
it
joke.
literally reads, if there
He
are
did not mean
insufficient
it as a joke.
charges to fulfill the wish. So the insufficient charges is linked to the wish part, not to the others. However, the true resurrection I used on Steve switches the chalice off for 1d100 days.
Alright, roll for D100.
Get below a 10. That is not below a 10.
Reroll it.
Wait. Oh, I might be an idiot.
Yes, we know, but why?
Razia doesn't need to cast True Resurrection.
No, Raja can just cast anything.
What's
You have the
Razia's
body.
casting?
You can just
What
cast
are you
Raise
thinking?
Dead.
Raise Dead.
Actually, technically, you couldn't she? Oh, never mind. You can do Breath of Life. Never mind. Yeah, you can just raise
Yeah,
Dead.
Raise Dead. Raise Dead works great.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, I've looked at True Resurrection back when the plan was to powderize her.
That's fair, yeah.
But now we
Right,
have
so does she raise the dead?
Yeah, she can cast Raise Dead.
Thank you very
Raise
much.
dead, please.
She can Raise Dead for free because of her boon.
So does she manage to raise
She
the
lays her
dead?
hand on her, and you see her spring to life. As the
Well,
darts
we
pop out of
unkilled
her.
I take them. I'm assuming. Oh wait, they should fly back to my ingot, right? Now they pop out.
Yes, I believe that's how that works.
If that's how the item works.
That's how the spell
It's a
works.
spell.
All needles are made of metal, and the metal returns to you after the attack.
Yep. I'm alive.
Kevin's just gonna pull her into a tug.
Oh, I had a bad feeling that wasn't going to work out.
Sorry I killed you, Nia says solemnly.
I still feel cold.
That'll probably be the divinity you lost.
What?
You can test it. You still have your access to divinity.
She tries to pull forfeit, but nothing happens. No! No! She almost shoves off you, Kevin, as she goes to dive at Razia. And she makes contact with Razia's armor, only to be blasted back 10 feet.
I would try to stop her.
Okay. Athletics. This is against her reflex DC. What'd you get? 37.
37.
If it meets it, it beats it, so you succeed.
Don't it don't blame anyone. From what we can tell, it was the sheer amount of magic that was used. It made that sphere just capture all of the gods that were there's divine essence. Did the little divine metal ingot fall out?
Yep.
Or did that get absorbed? Okay.
Can I inspect the god Pokeball again and see if
Nia hands it to you solemnly.
anything new can be learned about it
Okay, make me a craft check.
on it?
I'm interested, so I will assist.
Advantage that Sabo.
Okay, thank you.
Assistance is successful. Roll with advantage, Sabo. 32.
Plus
That's better,
Plus
but
four.
not 36, so that is a success. Alright. So. Divine Capture Ball. Any guard that comes into contact with this disc must make a DC 51 reflex save or be captured. While the creature possesses divinity, is unable to escape. A DC 100 athletics check can be made to break out of it.
Noted.
Alternatively, conjuration magic from the outside can be used to move a creature that's currently inside of it out.
That would have been useful to know.
Well, that's what I suggested, but
You wouldn't have been able to pick that information up until you've actually been able to examine it fully, not while it's in use.
yeah, I understand. But that was the original suggestion I made before even inspecting the thing. But anyway, so do I know where the divinity went now that Yesla has been removed like this?
It has been destroyed.
Yikes.
Yesla's crying. She's bawling her eyes out.
Just holding her.
I return to observing the storm. Nothing else to really do.
Brazia goes over, picks up Chile, and begins heading for the door. Right, bye
Thanks
guys!
for the help, I guess.
Hey, Chile,
Yep.
please visit again.
Razia,
Waves.
are you and Orn planning to fix this?
What's wrong with it? She says as she
Uh,
opens a door to the elements.
They're not gonna fix it. I doubt they didn't know it was gonna happen. They probably have no clue how to fucking fix it anyways. You probably didn't even know this was gonna be the full extent.
right then. Bye bye.
She waves bye as she uses her wings to cover. Chile, and then she just floats up into the air. And then she leaves.
She didn't try to convert anyone into the cult.
Can't wait for people to hear what happened with that.
Oh.
Nia stretches cheerfully.
So wait, she didn't have the cloak?
She had it. She had the cloak.
Alright, so I guess Meta, we should all count ourselves lucky. We survived an encounter with Razia and didn't have to do anything.
Archie just has no reason to think anything bad of Razia because she's just real convenient to be around for us specifically, and apparently no one else in the known universe.
Well, we haven't had any negative interaction. That's my logic.
Apart from stealing Yesla and taking Yesla's divinity, no other negative.
No. For her and her perspective towards us. I mean to say, I don't see her having any ill will towards us.
Oh no! You don't understand.
I
Razia
know.
doesn't need ill will towards someone to fuck them up.
Yeah, but I don't. But also, I don't. It would be a bad use of DM power to throw what probably amounts to like a level 35 plus character at a party of like
James doesn't care.
level
No.
10.
You don't understand. Razia doesn't attack at all. Not once. Razia's oath doesn't permit her to raise a weapon. That's not the problem with Razia.
Regardless, let's go ahead and continue. We know that the
Alright.
storm eventually passes.
Yep. So another 3 days go by and the storm ends.
So again, what we were doing before we realized that we had an option of dispelling the sleep. Obviously, we tentatively go outside and look around.
The area, considering what was going on, looks surprisingly lush.
How's the ship looking?
Overgrown with fungi.
Is there like any residual like planar energy just like in the area, or is it all like
It is
sufficiently, like,
abundant. But it's also infused.
It's gotta be a really good time to be Kinesis, huh?
Like looking around for some new esoteric materials that can only form out of a random act like this, I guess.
Alright.
So obviously I go look now. I know Sabo's more worried about his ship.
I am going to the ship. Don't care about this fungus crap. I need to see what happened to the baby.
So you touch
Eight.
the ship, and the wood disintegrates below your fingertips. It is so fragile as if the ship aged 1,000 years.
Oh no. What about the engine?
As you make your way into the ship, it looks a lot more intact. But not entirely so, it looks like the stuff has leaked through. As you get to the center of the ship, on the bottom floor where the engine is, it's surprisingly intact. I mean, there's cracks from where everything fell and smashed, there's some oozes walking about, but it's alright.
Salvageable.
Yeah. Most people's
Right.
quarters, though, have been utterly ruined.
That's understandable. We need a new hull.
Is the damage so severe that that mending wouldn't work on it, even if we'd have to spend here weeks at a time to actually like do individual patches?
If you had a year to mend it, with spare material to mend into it, that would be enough time. Or are you talking about the engine?
Well, to the ship, because obviously we want some...
Ship as a whole, it would take about a year to repair with mending.
Does mending actually take materials? I thought it was magic.
Well, mending usually takes the existing materials and weaves them back together. But you would need basically sawdust for it to use because the material's just been destroyed.
Well, we have trees.
Yeah, if we combine traditional crafting methods with mending, it'll speed up both processes.
Yep.
Okay. Suppose we need to get to it.
Yep.
Alright.
But yeah, we don't have everything here to make it a flying ship anyway, so we have to repair the thing, and then
Repair it, get it
build.
back in the ocean.
Yeah.
Is it the best idea to do it in that order?
Well, at least the very bottom, at least the hull needs to be done before going in the ocean, because
it's that-
it's
if
a
it-
dry dock type of situation. What we could do is we could first we need to make sure it doesn't completely fall apart when we move it closer to the shore. So
All
we
right.
need.
Hey
So
James.
that's kind of the first thing.
Yep.
Not now, but before you finish the session, let me know because there's something I want to do.
All right.
Everyone else can go on now.
Oh, the mending spell does not take material. Oh, I guess if you're rolling at that, it says it doesn't actually take materials. You just straight up restore 5 hit points per spell rank.
Yeah, but it can't replace lost pieces or repair an object that's been completely destroyed.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I was continuing to read past the first paragraph.
So, you start chopping down trees. Leuven succeeds his death save.
What Leuven's
Death
death
save?
save for?
He's
Why is he
old.
weak?
He's old.
Is the that lizard folk or Naga village actually close nearby?
It's probably 2 hours away from here, but you'd be able to get there.
Anyone?
Oh.
I'm curious to see if any of the Naga actually survived. Would anybody want to come with me? Because we did promise them that we wouldn't.
Yes, before we mess their
Yeah,
stuff
sure.
up.
Obviously,
go there.
if they're all dead, then promise is null and void.
That's all there.
Okay.
Let's go there. People.
I suppose we need to investigate at least.
Alright. You get to Naga village and it seems as worn and damaged as a ship.
Is there
How's
any
about the
Nagas?
people?
In the village, no, but you do see Nagas beginning to exit out of the cave. You do see some
call them in.
corpses.
Oh look, chalice food.
I guess I call out to them in Draconic since that's what they spoke.
Yep.
Are all of you all right? Did you weather the storm?
Yes, we mostly survived.
I'm happy to hear that.
Did you also take cover?
Yes, we had to.
It
had to dig
appears
the cave.
those who refused to go underground perished. Our village has been mostly destroyed, it seems, but our underground regions still remain.
Part of the reason why we came up here is that we made a promise that we would not be cutting down trees or hunting on your grounds. The ship we used to get here has been damaged by the storm. We request permission to use some of the lumber on the outskirts near the beach to repair our ship so that we may take our leave. If you have specific rights or only want us to utilize specific areas or specific trees, then we will do so as well.
You must cut down only the young trees.
We can do that.
The old oaks, they hold too much power to be wasted on a ship.
We can do
Okay.
that. Thank you. And I translate all that back out to Sabo, so
I was translating.
understand.
I was
Okay.
translating live.
Okay.
I say thank you.
Thank you. I hope your village and your people recover.
Yep, we shall be
Yes.
near the beach in the foreseeable future if anything is needed.
Good.
Godspeed, and I will hope for your success.
May your life be good and full of... Sorry. May your life be good and full of life.
And yours.
Nivarius bows and then turns around and walks away.
Yep, let's go.
Alright. So then you go back to starting to repair the ship.
Yep.
Alright. So you're trying to repair the ship entirely?
Define entirely.
Okay. So the ship normally has 418 hit points.
Mhm.
It is currently at negative 204. Sorry, 204.
Okay.
So I think
Well,
we need to get the ship into a stable and potentially transportable fashion. Get it
Uh,
off the rocks down towards the beach, then finish repairing it.
let's say some of the internals we can disregard because we
Framework and hull, I think, are the priorities.
we only need that much cargo space to carry what we have, and we can finish repairing the cargo space at the first town we get to. But yeah, maybe we don't need to repair every deck.
Alright. How do you plan to
Maybe
get this towards the water?
so
Kevin, go.
we need to build kind
wall?
of yes. So I would attach kind of sleds of sorts to the ship at the bottom, and we can um, have them sliding along wood tracks down. Well, down is a relative term, but we might have to dig a bit of a trench if there is an issue. However, what I'm thinking is because this mountain rose from the sea, right, and we were quite on the edge of it, we should be able to kind of go around it without having to go up much. It should be flat slash down. They should be away from the spot to the sea that is flat slash down, so it's not that
Okay.
difficult to create
So
a
I went
track
ahead.
for
I
it.
went ahead and did a quick. I went ahead and just did the math for if I literally used every single spell slot from first all the way to level 6, and I filled all that with mending, I can restore a total of 420 points. That's every single spell slot, every single resource that I have. That's on us in a single day, provided we have the material. Obviously, if we get fucked with in the middle of it, then I won't have any offensive spells. But that I can do that total amount. I can put up the spell on the spell if you wanted to see what I'm.
No, I'm just looking
talking
at the
about.
spell at the moment.
Yeah.
Targets a
It's
non-magical
5
object of light bulk or less, heightened up to 3rd. Non-magical object of 2 bulk or less.
But I can set it up all the way up to my 6th level slots, healing 5 per spell rank. I can heighten it all the way up to 6, but I only get the bonus effects from going 3rd. So I'm still can heal a grand total of 5 times. That's 30 HP just at a 6th rank spell. I'm doing each individual one.
Okay, I think
So, but it's
Yep, you'll just need to get
Ish.
the raw materials.
Yeah, we use need the wall materials. It's actually possible after a lot of labor. Obviously, that's on a single day, and then I'd have to spend time resting to get all my slots back.
Right.
But it's something that's actually feasible. Just to put that out there as an option.
Okay. I will let you guys get the raw materials and do mendings, and I'm going to design how we're getting into the water
All right.
and
Yep.
start crafting that.
I feel like I'm out of a couple weeks of laborious spellcasting. Does Leuven have mending? He's not even fucking fit to be doing anything, is he?
The issue isn't so much the amount of mendings per day, it's just getting the material so that you can even cast a mending for it.
Yeah.
But over 3 months, you will have gotten enough material and cast mending enough times to repair it.
Fun.
So is that the amount of time that we want to spend trying to do this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's 86 days.
Do you have food for this?
I'm sure we can.
We have a Kevin.
Yeah.
You can eat dirt.
I can eat dirt. Sorry, let me
And
rephrase. Do
Kevin
you
can
guys
provide
have food
for
for this?
literally everyone else.
True.
All right.
Kevin's survivalist skills coming in handy.
So this ship's
He's
getting
finding-
ship-athesiest.
Yep.
I'm
Yep.
sorry. The ship of Theseus.
What?
Yeah,
Ship
ship of
of
Theseus.
Ship Theseus. Replacing every board. Is it still the same ship?
Ah, right. Well, the
It's
engine
the
is still there.
The engine's there.
The heart is the
Therefore, it
same,
still-
but if you get a heart transplant, are you now that other person?
No, but if you get a brain transplant, yes.
So basically,
Oh.
the captain is the only thing that matters on the ship then.
Where's Steve? Someone call out to Steve. Where'd he go?
What if you get a brain
really-
transplant one atom at a time? So all of the electrical signals stay the same.
I don't think that's how it works.
Is
If
it the
you
brain of
manage to
Theseus?
maintain the electrical signals, then yes, that would still be you and not the person. However, if it's their electrical signals, then it's them and not you.
That's not a transplant, that's a cloning/replication.
Works all the same. Anyway,
Transplant is really taking a different one, putting it in.
hey James.
Yep.
So we're spending 3 months here, right? Plus the time in the cave.
3.5 months, yes.
Cool.
And Leuven gets to make 3 more death saves.
You make one every month.
Yep.
Poor thing. I really need to zombify him soon.
He just needs to accept the fact.
Don't worry, I have Crate and Dead.
That's right. We actually discussed about him doing reincarnate. He comes back as the same age, equivalent age, anyways.
I have Crate and Dead. We can just make him undead. It's not gonna be the type of undeath you wanted, but if he dies,
Okay, he's staying stable.
does he feel himself starting to die?
No. Just feels old.
Right? He's old.
So James,
is
during
true.
this time, I'm assuming Kevin would try to have Yesla experiment with that ingot.
She
What were we doing
tries.
to?
She tries meditating with it. She tries tearing out a small chunk of it and eating it.
What happens to her when she does that?
She gets very ill.
You could lick it every day.
She literally
Kinda.
needs Kevin to heal her for like a week for her body to reject it and eject it.
Kevin, you do the same for me.
Would Connor's Mercy of the Body help with that? James.
Show me the ability.
Kevin, I'm gonna assume you're gonna do that for me too. Thank you.
To Sabo at some point in time as we're
It's
working on the
used in
ship.
conjunction with
Yeah,
lay
that
on
would help.
hands.
He says to Sabo in the mid while we're actually repairing it, and says, and obviously it's tiring work. By the time you may be the father of this ship, but by the end of this, I'm going to be the godfather of it.
Sure.
Calculator. Hey James, can I, with my Dirt Eater, can I live off of Divinity and Gut?
Would you like to eat it?
Oh God.
Do I
Is
want
the
to eat
divinity
it?
eating it that brittle that you can just crack off a piece of it?
Well,
Good
you
question.
can't break off a piece of it with your hands, but if you grab the right tools,
No, I'm not gonna bite something that rock. It's gonna break my teeth. Nah, whatever. Oh, maybe I'm
Well,
gonna
just
save a
swallow
piece
it
for
whole.
later. I'm gonna save a piece for later. Maybe have lunch with it. I need to get Nia to be immune to temperature damage, to fire damage, so she can just melt metals and just chew on them like candy.
the material actually has a similar pliability.
Ended a bit when I bite it, right?
Yeah, but biting into it to actually try and break it will break your teeth.
Yeah.
You can dent it, like you can dent gold with your teeth.
Yep, I know. Fun. Anyway, does anyone have to make any check for Melane's Divine Gift in this time?
I already know it. Ooh.
Sorry? I got a quick success net last time.
Yes. Alright.
So people do have to. So does still continue happening to other people?
Flurry will need to make... Flurry will have to make a check.
All right.
Wait, is Flurry eating shit too?
No, this is for something else. Nia will have to make a check.
What check for
And
Melane's
will save.
Divine Gift?
Yep.
I got a quick success last. You said I didn't have to roll anymore. Remember that?
Yep. Just checking what the table says because I think... crit's a year, so you don't have to make it yet. You will have to,
So
unlike...
Flurry needs-
Made it.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have to make it yet. Every time I notice it, I'm gonna be spending pretty much all of my focus points and spell slots into charming her back.
Okay.
Let's hope we don't get
Yeah.
attacked.
Flurry got a nat 20.
Flurry got a net
Cool.
20. Let's
Flurry's
go, Flurry.
immune.
So Flurry's also immune. High five.
Yep.
I didn't think I would have 3 character sheets open today, but here we are.
Here we are. I've been there, buddy.
Okay, Connor can make his check. Success.
26.
Alright, that's all the ones you need to worry about.
Are people making these checks because they have to have a divine gift, or
No, because they spend a lot of time interacting with this individual.
with Isla?
No,
No,
with
Melaine.
it's for
Melaine.
Melaine.
Elaine. Oh, that's right. That's right.
So James, do you have a reputation system or a relationship point system?
For NPCs, yes. For people. For players, not
For
exactly.
NPCs, yes. Like, can I gain points with NPCs?
Yes, but it's not really... how do I describe it without explaining the whole thing? Basically, there's 5 different categories different things in different categories do different things. So you can be really friendly with
Right.
someone, and that's one category.
Do you get to know what the categories are?
No.
All right. Understood.
Alright. So, with the ship repairs pretty much done, Sabo working on the path down. Sabo, can I get 2 craft checks, please? DC 35.
That's easy and should be easy enough. They're over a long time, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my lucky on them because I have lucky crafting.
Crit.
I have to go, guys. Bye bye.
That's all good. I'm literally about to end the session.
Crit.
Awesome.
Nat 20, nat 20.
Insane.
The path is completed.
Oh.
And you're able to take the ship down to the water. But that is where we're going to end the session for today.
Wonderful. Bye bye, guys. I have to go back.